I can type. There we go. It is time to play some Dwarf. So this is, you know, Machine Waters, which we're not playing today. This is Rosepass. Rosepass is our brand new fort that we've started up, or that we started up yesterday. My goal for today is to clear 800 subs again, which, you know, we're close-ish to, just a few away. But this is Rosepass, and the goal for Rosepass is I want to build a surface tavern that's very dangerous. And, you know, we're kind of getting there. We're on a pretty cool map. You know, we're doing my normal construction thing where I dig out a huge area and then slowly fill it back up. So we're working on that. But if we go up here, we've got this surface area, which has this green glass drawbridge, and there's an outer wall that runs around the outside. We've hacked down all the trees. We're working on the outer wall, and this is going to be one of many surface inns and taverns. I want this to be a bustling central environment. Is it a dangerous environment? No, it's a calm biome, actually. But we do have 1, 2, 3 towers that are in range. So there's a human tower, an elven tower, and a human tower that are all in range. I just want to say, Nip, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. And Sensual Casserole, thank you very much for that 5-pack. Appreciate you. Means a lot. But that's kind of the surface bit of this fort. And Moose, thanks for the $10. Shit, dude. I think you guys have already surpassed yesterday. We've got a glass industry up and running already. Although I'm going to need to... Yes, okay. So they should still be able to collect sand from there because they can collect sand from the walls. And we got farming down here. I do have a guild hall down here, and I need to make I need to finish a second one? Yes, I need to finish a second guild hall. We are beginning a, what's it called? A artifact hall right here, and it's not hard, Brotato. You can do it. Give yourself some more intelligence credit. You're fine. And then down here is the first cavern layer. Here's the thing, Brotato. If you can read and you can type, you have all of the skills to learn how to play this game. It's not too bad. And considering you just read and spoke and then typed in my chat, you have all of the necessary skills. I feel like there's self-deprecating humor, and then there's just repeatedly stating that you're dumb, and some people start to believe it after a while. You're not good at micromanagement? This isn't a micromanagement game. I don't micromanage anything in Dwarf. You don't have to literally just make enough bedrooms for everybody and you're fine. The vast, no forts in Dwarf are optimized. Thought it was like RimWorld? No, RimWorld is like Dwarf Fortress, right? Like RimWorld is a video game that steals a lot of ideas from Dwarf Fortress and implements them poorly, adds a lot of different ideas, which makes it into a completely different type of game, and implements them quite well, and then does everything else completely differently. It's super chill. Like, yes, you can micro it like a mad person. You can get super deep into the nitty-gritty and make give-take stockpiles for everything and be super specific about everything that happens in your fort, or you could just not give a shit. You don't have to. Like, it's completely optional. But as far as named dwarves in the fort right now goes, we do have some. Analysis Lover, Bastet, Celistaris, Ganatank, and Hiker Jag, and Clockworks and Nortram and Safekeeps are the named dwarves in the fort currently. Not too many. And looks like our most pissed off dwarves are both in my military, so I'm sure that's fantastic. They are very upset about leading an unexciting life for too long. I'm going to give them a break. For a sec, my frame rate was so high I thought dwarves were running from something. We need to focus on making bedrooms, and if anybody has a resub, you should pop it right now, and it'll probably jump to a level 2 hype train right away. Or 100 bits. Either or. Or a Prime sub. Check your Primes, I guess. And thank you very much for pushing us up above 800 subs again. You guys are very kind. But I will be turning on the Dwarf Redemption sometime in the next couple of minutes. But we should check bedrooms and see how many more bedrooms we need. Quite a few. So let's work on bedrooms, because that bedrooms and this are kind of the priority. This is going to become our defenses area. I might put spikes down here. We'll figure something out. And I'm slowly putting in weapon traps. So this is going to be where we defend things. I'm kind of planning on putting a ballista right here, or something, or maybe up here or something, or maybe over here, or maybe all three. I kind of want to do some stuff with ballistas, or maybe like over here to fire through 2 walls. That could be fun. But yeah, I'm kind of planning on doing ballista here. And I'm also kind of planning on continuing this through the wall over here and then maybe coming out up here somewhere, so they have to walk a little further. But lowering this down a bit more as well. All right, so let's get to it, shall we? We need more bedrooms, so let's make more bedrooms. You're hoping that you're active enough to get enough currency to get a named dwarf. I mean, there's competition, but it's not impossible. Kind of out of blocks. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I have 14 conglomerate blocks. I feel like I need a couple more stoneworkers shops. Ranger Rick wants me to read the last Discord word story, so I suppose I'll do that. I suppose I can do that. This will cause an expected drop in illiteracy. Read necromancy tablets while slurping on tasty snail entrails. Slowly savor the slimy frog's feet. Lotion that people sneeze. All caught up. You're sad that floors don't palletize? What do you mean? I didn't write it. Those nerds in chat did. So you can't blame me for any of this. I am innocent. I refuse to take or acknowledge any of the blame for anything that people write in that portion of the chats on Discord. Not Patyrus, hello. Good day. Looking at Legends, one of the retired fortress, dozens of dwarves settled there. How old? How odd? What? I mean, when you retire a fortress, like, yeah, dozens of dwarves are going to settle there because there's dozens of dwarves in the area that are accessible to the fortress that don't go live there because generally your population cap says otherwise, right? I was like, the vast majority of the forts have population caps. Meaning, largely they can't do anything. I do have a video on how to deal with aquifers, actually. This might be, I might actually just have it copy-pasted. Let's see. I had to link it to somebody else earlier. Yeah, there it is. The main thing you needed were more migrants. World Gen and Fortress Mode are 2 different sets of programming, right? No problem, Tobe Squatch. Womp womp indeed. Yeah, I don't know. I've definitely had that happen where, like, I've had, like, forts with, like, 80 dwarves where I didn't get any population. Then I retire the fort and the population quintuples. Like, also Heatstone is an example. I had, like, 190 dwarves in that fort. I retired it, and it instantly had 2,000. So, You know, the populations can vary quite dramatically. The literal second other stuff starts appearing. We got conglomerate everywhere around here. These guys are still working up there. This is my not tavern area, but it's like a social zone where all the dwarves are hanging out. This is my dining room. Might end up just hollowing out most of this. All of the aquifer is over here, so we're going to hit the aquifer pretty soon on this side too. This is literally the edge of the map, so there isn't much further into the ground that I can dig. Let's just put some doors over here. I'll fill in that to give that thing some more value. And also, I have a bunch of pedestals that I'd like to get set in here. Did I not? Oh, I forgot to click the other button. This button. Because I think that pedestals is another thing that doesn't change based on material. So chat room, I got a thing to shout out now. I've been talking for a little bit saying that tutorials are returning. This exists now over on the KitFox channel. So that's going to get mirrored on my channel tomorrow. So there's going to be 2 copies of that video uploaded. But yeah, that's why tutorials are returning. Shoutouts to KitFox, I suppose. Go leave a comment and a like on that video. All right. 41 seconds ago, fresh off the press. Yep. Yeah, so they are commissioning a series of Dwarf Fortress tutorials, which some of them are going to be rehashes of tutorials I've made in the past, but not all of them will be. How come I can't click these? Excuse me. Weapon trap. Wait, actually, hold on. I think I know what it's doing here. Don't use closest material. There we go. That's what I want you to do. With updated mechanics. More like less rushed, because the initial series of tutorials I did on this version of the game were all done the week the game came out. It's exaggerated sometimes, like there's a lot of little details like teeth that count, but does it really make the game deep? Yes, the game is very, very deep. Is the depth exaggerated? I think the depth of every game is exaggerated to a degree. But Dwarf Fortress is a very deep game. But I wouldn't describe it as exaggerated, no. Do I actually want to do this? No, I don't. Not yet. But you see, a lot of the depth for Dwarf Fortress is stuff that, and like, this is, you're going to be asking me again if I think it's exaggerated after I say this, but a lot of the depth you don't actually see right now because a lot of it is in the world gen side of things, which is very, very well hidden in Fortress mode and isn't stuff that you're going to see unless you can play adventure mode, which is where a lot of the depth really shows itself. Like, as an example, like there was a series of screenshots that showed up on the subreddit the other day of somebody in adventure mode, and obviously it's in ASCII because this is in an older version of the game, witnessing a religious group attack a village that worshipped a religion they didn't agree with and kill everybody. So they got to, in real time, watch a village get invaded by a cult, and get completely overrun by the cult. Some of the people join the cult mid-invasion to not get killed, and then some people just get murdered and then burned. Right? And that's something that you wouldn't see in Fortress mode. You might read about it in Legends, but you won't see that in Fortress mode. So is the depth of Dwarf Fortress exaggerated? Absolutely not. Might it seem that way if you don't see the whole game? Sure. It's not like, what's the word I'm looking for here? It's not like Skyrim or something, which is a very, 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 very wide map that's not particularly deep. Whereas Dwarf Fortress is a very, very big, wide map that also happens to be particularly deep. Dwarf Fortress hides its power level. Yeah, a lot of the stuff that Dwarf Fortress does is hidden. Like, it's very easy to point at teeth and be like, well, teeth don't do anything. And to which I will say, yes, they do, because if a dwarf has a particularly high miscellaneous object skill, they can pick up the teeth and throw it at something and kill something with it. Like the time that I saw a dwarf kill a forgotten beast with a dead mouse. Or hamster, actually. They picked up, there was a dead hamster on the ground, and the dwarf picked it up and went, boom! Killed a motherfucker with it. It crushed its brain with a dead rodent. So, you know, like, technically, yeah, they do actually have an effect. Can you craft anything out of the teeth? No. Goblins can, but again, you can't do that in Fortress mode. Goblins can make, like, necklaces and things out of teeth. So, is it exaggerated? No, I just think you don't fully have access to the whole thing. And meh, why not? I'll push mine live right now. My mirror of the video, might as well. Brilliant. The dead walk. We must hide while we still can. I'm really happy I decided to cancel that dig through the wall command that I had queued up. Most underrated weapon? Halberds. Would be my statement for the most underrated weapon. But the dead walk, and we shall hide while we still can. Let's pause. We've got a woodcutter necromancer. Human bowman corpse. And they're using wood, once again. I don't really want to fight them. So I think I'm just going to lock the doors. Halberds? Yeah, they can equip halberds. You wrote a positive Steam review and not even a single thumbs up? The Steam page for Dwarf Fortress is kind of quiet these days. Whips, I think, are perfectly rated. That needs to be fixed. Otherwise, critters are going to be able to get in. So let's get all this shut. Let's see if we can get somebody here in time. Intruders, drive them away. What are the intruders? Not a trivial, like, undead siege. It's a bunch of Dwarf corpses, 2 necromancers. We're gonna kill all my livestock again. Now you can request whips. Damn right. Kitty, if you go outside, you will die. All right, I'm just gonna kind of hope that everybody's inside, and if they're not, sucks to be them. Let's just collect sand on repeat for a little bit. And you down here are just making bituminous coal, which is about right. I think I'm going to make another smelter right next to it. Make you also out of conglomerate. If you're outside, you're on your own. Yep. And because they are elven-sided, most of them are stealthed. Which is really weird to see an elven necromancer tower. Yeah, that's, once again, not trivial. Like, look at all these frozen stalkers. New world, yep, and a new fort, but we're still running the other fort. We're actually running 2 forts concurrently. Oh, elves can be evil, but, like, it's not very common that they take over towers. It's not very common at all that they take over towers. So it's weird to see the curse all friends of nature pop up in concurrent with, you know, that particular type of siege. Oh, hey, and the dwarves are partying because screw the system. We're dancing on the graves, shall we? Also, chat room, if you guys would like to boost my mirrored version of that same tutorial, there's the link. Likes and comments are appreciated. The reindeer's starting. That's fine. Is it named? I should probably just... Song is such a banger. And it's okay. The reindeer is dead now. So did I actually lose any dwarves? I did lose that rabbit. Good riddance. 2 rabbits even. I wonder how much undead livestock is going to be up on the surface soon. All right, let's see if we can get some more stuff into here. Get some glass chests into here. Maybe a glass cabinet or 2. Oh no, do I have any instruments? Nope. Guess I can do walls, probably. Apparently you stole a life and death scroll from a necromancer and just had it lying about. I mean, did you have a library set up? Because if you didn't have a library set up, then you wouldn't. No, the human visitor joined me. The human that's hanging out in my tavern is part of the fort. I'm like 99% certain. Yeah. No, I have a spear dwarf and a human maceman that are both monster hunters. They just live here. Toulon, why are you so pissy? You really don't like being in the military, do you? Yeah, so they can't read books without a library. It's kind of a fact. So if you want to actually like have books read, you need a library. Apparently I have native platinum. What? Don't know how much of it I have, but apparently I have native platinum. Yeah, no surprise there that like you didn't have anything crazy come of it. Slightly off topic, but you don't know whether to thank you or blame you for how much you put into Shattered Pixel Dungeon. I mean, Shattered Pixel Dungeon's a good little game. Like, yeah, just go give it play. Go give it playtime. That game's good. It's a good game. Can confirm. And I think that there's nothing off topic about stating that Shattered Pixel Dungeon is good. On both phone and PC. Holy shit, wow. Okay, so you've played way more of that game than I have. Like, significantly more. There's so many shirt blocks getting chopped up. Let's go mine down some other areas. What's this? Claystone? Gabbro, marble, phalite, gneiss, granite, gabbro, diorite, and then water down at the bottom. Okay, because I did dig into the puddle. Dolomite, conglomerate. Let's go back down to the cavern layer down here. What's all this? This is where all that stuff's coming from. Probably gonna hit the edge of this cavern pretty quick here. There's also this. There's a little fun square right here. I really like, I don't know how commonplace this is, but there's some people that have been referring to these as Kinder Surprise eggs, which I'm a big fan of. Calling the little, like, squares that just have little gems and stuff in them Kinder Surprise eggs is very funny to me. Hello there, Pool. Or Plul. I don't actually know how to say your name, but sup, Vox Euristi magic person. Am I making content for Kit Fox? They are commissioning some videos from me, yes. But I get to mirror all the videos on my YouTube channel, and it basically means that I get paid regardless. So it's kind of good. First one's good. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's up on my YouTube channel too. Video commish, yes. Good to see my viewership staying high. I got a raid this morning, so that's helping for sure. But yeah, no, numbers have been okay since December. I mean, obviously I would like them to be higher. But we're also kind of like in the biggest dead period that I've had in maybe since the pandemic. Like summer like is the quiet season for Twitch, and it's been quiet this summer. Like it's been quiet. So which, you know, isn't all that bad, but certainly is like it's where people are definitely going outside again. And that's not unique to me. Like everybody that I know has had a pretty heavy drop in viewership. It's interesting that Twitch would be quieter in the summer. Allow me to be a little bit more specific. Twitch is quieter in the summer for people with older audiences. So if you stream a lot of Fortnite or a lot of games that younger kids play, you do better in the summer. If you stream Dwarf Fortress or like, I don't know, 4X games or games that tend to have like audiences in the mid-30s or like mid-20s even, things are quieter in the summer. So it really depends on the size and age average of your audience. But so we being people who stream a lot of indie games that are more popular with people who've been playing games for a lot longer, we get quiet periods in the summer usually. And who knows when us 60-year-olds watch? Yeah, absolutely. I am 947 years old. I've been watching Twitch since it was brand new. Like 34. I mean, you guys don't need to all dox your age. You're good, but... What day is it? It is July 5th, 2023. Tuesday, Wednesday, not Tuesday. Yesterday was Tuesday. Today's Wednesday. But I don't know. I don't actually have anything against Fortnite. Fortnite's fine. I'm actually like pretty high-key jealous as fuck of kids these days. Like, I feel like they don't know how good they got it. Apparently we are out of food, which is kind of bad. So I'm going to break into these caverns, and we're going to go harvest some food. I wasn't planning on cutting into the caverns this quickly, but here we go. You're 28, but feels like 50. I know that feeling. This is a beautiful cavern lair. The fungus among us? Discovered a downwards passage. I think I might just put a cork in this. Grab a block, seal her off right away. I think we should try and claim some of these caverns. How tall are they? Pretty tall. This area here would be pretty easy to build up. So I think I'm going to seal off this area up here. I think I'm going to do that. That wouldn't be too difficult to actually do. Are cavern dwellers on? Should I turn them off? I'm undecided as to whether or not I want to turn them off. I know that the lower layers have rat people in them, or rodent people, because when I reclaimed this fort, there was rodent skeletons everywhere, which was kind of amazing. Skaven, kind of. I mean, they're just rodents instead of Skaven specifically, but... UGDPY, what kind of dwarf would you like? I think I gotta say, I would rather leave the cavern dwellers on. But yeah, that video that got uploaded to the KitFox channel that I mirrored on my channel has been in the works since before I went to Montreal. So that's been something that has been in the plans for a bit, and some of you may have heard me tease it a couple times saying that the tutorials are coming back in a big way. So if it's well received, then I just get to make tutorials for KitFox and mirror them on my channel. So military dwarf if available. I think I have 3, but they're all pissed. They're all ladies and they're all pissed. Let's see, do I have any? Oh, we have a mayor now. I mean, I could give you like Uzul the competent swords dwarf. Hey Biff Pixel, what's up, dude? So, beard or no beard? You'll take Uzul? Okay. But let me just be blunt that 2 of them are probably going to get removed from the military because they are pissed. Elfie Bean, thanks for gifting a sub to Biff Pixel. You have a silver spear. UGDPY has an incredibly calm demeanor, cracks easily under pressure, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He has a sense of duty, and he has a greedy streak. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is currently more shameless, and he is currently more fearless, and he is currently more confident. He is currently less private and currently more thoughtless. He dreams of mastering a skill, and likes trifle pewter, green tourmaline, and the color heliotrope, helms and gloves, and crowns, and the words of the boyish habit. The words of the boyish habit. Okay, and the sound of the mirthful silks, and the sight of the taciturn skirt, and when possible, prefers to consume Ice Wolf and maize beer, and absolutely hates flies. Darius, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you, mate. We got an artifact getting started. He has a broad body, made broader still by... he has a broad body bearing impressive muscles and great load of fat. He has a long beard that is neatly combed, and his sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is combed. His narrow ears are very flattened, and his aquamarine eyes are narrow. His nose is convex, and his pale chestnut skin is slightly wrinkled. His hair is mahogany. And he's married to Alath, who's a farmer. He's also a military dwarf. Military possible dwarf. Dreams of raising a family. Views loyalty unfavorably. Frogfire, thanks for gifting out a sub as well. Bringing us one away from a Haipu train. All right, let's see if I can get some more bedrooms done. Giraffe, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you, mate. So I got 4 platinum bars now. 108 for the conglomerate. We'll do that. Nice 5-minute recap. Well, welcome back. Let's do this. 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 And lastly, that. Let's see what that flooring looks like alongside of this. And Lightning Roger, thanks for the 34 pennies. Appreciate you. But yeah, no, I think that video does a pretty good job kind of explaining the what happened yesterday, or at least the major events of yesterday. Walls for your rooms, it's higher value than digging. And engraved constructed walls are even higher value. And personally, I like the way it looks in this version. Most of what I do in Dwarf Fortress is all about aesthetics. Previously, the difference between constructed walls and smoothed walls was virtually identical in older versions aesthetically. Like the ASCII sprites only had so much that you could really do with them. So because of that, in this version, it's a lot easier to justify putting in the extra work because there's a very large aesthetic difference. And they also made it like a mechanical difference too in changing how values worked. So that's largely what it is. Nordstrom has created Zafel Zanos Limul Nikot bituminous coal quern and offers it to the Inn of Water. We will actually use that quern because I already have a quern, but might as well go take a look at that. Everybody keeps making stuff out of bituminous coal. Also, chat room, thank you very much for the hype train. If you happen to have a resub or some bits in your account, now's the time to throw them into the channel to, you know, make that number go up. All right. This is a bituminous coal quern. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval bituminous coal cabochons and encircled with bands of rectangular bituminous coal cabochons, reindeer leather, and willow. This object is adorned with hanging rings of canceled Amazon shows. Wait, was Willow Amazon? I actually can't remember. Was that Disney? Shit. Of canceled Disney shows, like Willow. And rings of pineapple opal, and menaces with spikes of reindeer bone. On the item is an image of Raoul Torch Chamber, the dwarf, and dwarves in iron. Raoul Torch Chamber is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates the ascension of the dwarf Raoul Torch Chamber to the position of Baron of the Free Theater in 281. No, I didn't really, but I can re-answer it in about 10 seconds. So it's higher value to build walls than it is to smooth walls. And in this version of the game, there's a very big aesthetic difference, and I think smoothed walls in this version of the game are ugly. That's why I'm building walls instead of, you know, just digging out space. It's like a 2-sentence answer. You don't think it would be hygienic? The dwarves make mugs out of lead. Hygiene be damned. Genuinely. Hello, Telenartha. I'm back at you, dude. For anybody who missed it, you might want to go look at the KitFox channel, because this morning a video got uploaded that I've been teasing for a little bit, but couldn't actually officially talk about until today. I am producing a series of tutorials for KitFox that are also getting mirrored onto my YouTube channel. So if you want more tutorials or just want to hear my voice more in other formats, you can do that on the KitFox channel or on my channel. KitFox is commissioning them, so they're somewhere between sponsored and not sponsored. I don't know. They're paying me to make them, so What I meant was the natural walls have palletized colors, but all the cavern block floors like the same. Yeah, okay. No, you are correct. Like, I understand now what you mean by you wish that they had palletized walls. Because, yeah, no, that drives me nuts. I think, like, if the cavern floors had different color options, I probably wouldn't be building as many of these. Like, if aesthetically the cavern floors looked better, I would be using them more. But I like this. I like the aesthetic of doing stuff like this way more, so I've been doing stuff like this. You know, lead Kellops explains a lot about dwarves. My mom and dad have a set of lead beer steins from the 1800s that they got from my grandmother when she moved. That apparently are family heirlooms that belonged to, like, her great-grandfather and was used in a pub that he had. Anyway, I guess that explains a lot about Ireland. Because they had lead beer steins. They were lead pewter. They're really, really cool little cups, but, like, never used them. Like, they look awesome, but yeah, do not use those. Do not the cups. I'm doing all right, Ivan, and yourself? Chad, how are you doing today? Rate yourself today out of 10. Also, to those of you who are asking for a Dwarf Ross emote, I just added this on Better Twitch, so if you use Better Twitch or FFZ, shoutouts to Diamond Destruct for doing the photo shoot work to make it fit, but we now have this. Rate yourself out of 10 currently, like how you're feeling today. How are you feeling today? $6.5? Yeah. 420. 6.7. I thought that would be stone. To the suspend job symbol is really nice. It's easy to see now. Yeah, I'm still kind of refusing to use a lot of that stuff just purely based on the fact that, like, I want to be able to explain the vanilla version very easily and quickly, so it's just easier for me to not. So we're going to send them all down here. Okay, I can just mine this out then. Awesome. All right, let's work around the edges of this now that I built a couple more bedrooms. That is not what I wanted to do. For me personally, I'm okay today. I'm doing, I would say, if I were to rate my current headspace out of 10, 1 being like, I can't get out of bed depressed, and 10 being like, happy, I would say I'm about it. 6.5 currently. I'm okay right now. Getting by. Coping is maybe how I would put it. But not the bad kind of copium coping, you know what I mean? Which dwarf mood faces that? Somewhere between these two? Somewhere between these two? It's been a shitty week at work and you're really tired. Yeah. We helped a friend out of bed. Sometimes friends need help getting out of bed. let's finish up these walls. Put those down there on that side, and I gotta do this down here as well. You just noticed I'm under siege? Yep, there's a bunch of zombies on the surface. But I don't have the military nor the weapons really to fight them right now. Let's go down to stone. Just go metal ores. Let's say make a wheelbarrow for this. Because I am smelting magnetite ore, and I smelted the 1 platinum that I had. I'm doing all right, Cooldan. Doing all right. This kind of small little big announcement happened today which I should probably just post on Discord, actually. But I am now producing videos for KitFox and mirroring them on my YouTube channel. So they go up on my YouTube channel as well as on KitFox's channel, which is going to be interesting. So if you want to go watch that video, just jump over to my YouTube or watch it on KitFox's channel. Which was actually like a really weird thing for me because I've never done like a video editing gig before. So I literally like just went and looked up average video editor salaries, and that's what I'm charging them. Literally like did a Google search to figure out how much they should pay me to do it. Which is like, it's fine. Which means I probably could have charged more, but... Considering they're letting me mirror them on my channel, I don't care too much. All right, so I need to harvest more food, because we are very low on food. I'm going to go down into these caverns, and we are going to harvest more. I don't know if you guys can hear the drills today, but there's definitely drills going off right now. I mean, I make videos about all the updates and changes as they happen, so, like, the most recent patch has a video about it already. But to summarize it in 2 sentences, the frame rates are twice as good. The game runs in SDL2 now, so the game is now running in code that's out of date as of last November rather than, like, 2000s, mid-2000s. We have experimental multi-threading for line-of-sight code now. So the game is, like, very partially multi-threaded. And SDL2 makes the game run way faster. So that's a thing that happened recently. And then coming soon, we have more quality of life stuff, mostly. Let's actually go all the way down to here. Since you play on a potato computer? Oh, yeah, no. And, like, the difference between, like, 15 frames and 30 frames is huge as well. Nope. Still kill. Should you make it easier to run larger maps then? Debatable. I would rather run maps that are the same size that run at way higher frame rates than running larger maps at the same frame rate. So I guess it's up to you, really. I don't see the point in playing Dwarf Fortress on a larger map because, like, this is the default map size. And I've never felt like these maps are too small. If anything, like, I feel like I underutilize the space that I'm allowed. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's up to you, right? If you feel like the space is limited and you want to utilize more of it, then go nuts. But no, in regards to the archery stuff, the way archers work are getting completely redone. So it's not really a bug. It's like they are completely redesigning the AI for them, and that is in the works as of the last time I checked. As for when that's going to come in, Tarn has said it's high priority, which usually in Tarn speak means 2 to 6 months. So I don't know. We'll get that when we get that. Okay, I need to quarter off this. I really like this underground space. This is a really nice cavern lair. I'm gonna have to do a bit of work for this upper area up here, though. Increase the max sea level. Can't you just do that in Advanced World Gen? I don't know. I'm not a person to ask about DFHack stuff because I don't really utilize DFHack. Like, I have it running right now. I don't use any of its features. I just had thoughts of stupid things to do with larger map. I mean, go ahead, try a larger map. Should you? I don't know if I would recommend that. I mean, think about it this way, right? Like, Dwarf Fortress has a lot in common with City Skylines in the way it runs, right? And if you play City Skylines on, like, the default set of tiles on a normal-sized map, and you aren't using a huge amount of third-party assets... Hey, Euthris, what's up, dude? And you aren't using a huge amount of, like, third-party assets, it'll run pretty okay, City Skylines. But if you play with, like, all 80 tiles unlocked and you have a billion extra assets, it's gonna run like shit. And Dwarf Fortress is kind of like that, too. Like, if you're playing on a reasonable-sized map with a reasonable amount of stuff in it, it runs fine, largely. Even, like, without the recent performance increases. Generally, Dwarf Fortress runs pretty okay for what it is. But when you start to turn up the size of the map, you start to increase the number of dwarves. If the game starts to run like a slug on sandpaper, then I can't help you. Like, that's kind of on you at that point, so. But Euthris, thank you very much for the 27th month. Good to see you, mate. Hope you've been okay. Would not have any problems on sandpaper, though. I don't know. It was a bad metaphor. I don't make good metaphors, okay? Keeping alive, making content, as people do in this industry, Euthris. Well, I usually say like a baby trying to roll down sandpaper, but like that people have pointed out that's a bit of a disturbing analogy, so I try not to make it. Unless I need to. Yeah, I won't touch kick with an 85-foot pole. I refuse to take part in anything funded by casinos, digital or otherwise. But I've seen your posts about that. I have my username on Kick, and I have it for one specific reason. It's so that nobody can mirror my stream and tell me that I'm multi-streaming to Kick, because one person ran into some problems because somebody stole their name and was rebroadcasting them to Kick without their permission. So, you know, it's generally a quality platform run by quality people with quality moderators over there. So basically, if you stream on Twitch, get your name on Kick so people can't fuck with you. Because that platform is full of strange people. All right, some migrants have arrived. I suppose that means that the zombies have left. There still is one, however, and he's in the river. What are you? He's seriously injured. Did you get pushed down down a waterfall or something? Well, let's go down to here. Dig through this. And station my military right here. And see where this zombie goes. That is pretty nice, yeah. Casualty. How injured are you? Right foot is mangled. Her right foot is mangled beyond recognition, and her right ankle is mangled beyond recognition. Aren't you kind of already seriously injured? No. Well, it depends. It depends on how mangled they are, or like the state of their body, I suppose. Let's see where this zombie ends up. This is a weird... Okay, what the hell is going on with this zombie? This zombie doesn't have a weapon equipped, just 2 shields. This is like some adventure mode shit. Bunch of like wooden armor, which is not good. 2 shields. Maple gauntlets. Very Canadian gauntlets. Huh. I guess he's like an enforcer. Or she's an enforcer, might be. This zombie is an enforcer more than anything. She has a husband. She's married. She's an adequate milker. She's playing Rainbow Six Siege, pretty much. She's just like, I'm here and I have 2 riot shields. Try and hit me. And if they're in a distillery, then they're more that meets the rye. Shotgun. I'm kind of hoping she just leaves the map. Yep, there we go. Okay. So, military, you go back to training. And the fort is now open again. Time to head home. Alrighty. It's time to get back to constructing up here on the surface. Surface! See how we're doing on the iron bars. We've got 74 iron bars. I think I'm just going to queue up some iron weapons just to keep things easy. We'll just do iron spears, I think. Iron spears. Iron helm. Iron breastplates. And iron gauntlets. And iron low boots. We'll just do that for right now. I do have the stuff to make steel. I'm not quite willing to set that up right now. Wait, what? Oh, I need 9. Okay, fine, fuck it. I'll use conglomerate. You haven't seen that yet? This thing? Is that what you're talking about? Or do you mean this? Because there really isn't an entrance here yet. It's all, like, very under construction. This is going to be connecting to this road right here. And this is going to be a public tavern and inn. And this down here is going to be a trap tunnel, which currently has a dead, mutilated raven in it. So, rip to that raven, I suppose. But yeah, this is going to be a trap hall. And a horse is walking into the fort. In fact, it's a little horse. I'm thinking about having a bunch of war dogs down here. Or some sort of war animal. But I need to do some trading first. Hopefully we can get some trading done with elves or something, and I can get some big bears or something and put them down there. And we are making traps with serrated green glass discs. But currently it's not much really right now. But hopefully it'll end up being a bit more than it is right now. Gotta say though, it's kind of strange having to check Twitter now because that's where Kit Fox is tweeting at me. They're not on any of the other social platforms that I'm on now. But no, I know. I'm well aware that I didn't queue up leggings or greaves. I also don't have a metalsmith's forge, so they can't actually make anything right now. I just have them queued up. Ooh. Let's be gaudy as fuck. No, it's all good. We're gonna be gaudy as fuck, chat. We're gonna make a platinum metalsmith's forge. It's gonna be super fancy. Just need that steel anvil. There we go. Well, this should get stuff queued up in it pretty quick. Let's just double check. These bedrooms never got assigned, so let's let them get assigned. Hopefully couples pick them up. It's gonna be the dedicated forge for artifacts. I mean, I'm only kind of planning on having the one forge for right now. I also need to get some more dwarves into the squad, so let's see if we can do that. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Masterwork someday. Dreams of bringing lasting peace to the world. Hey, Dobar. We also have a mayor I need to satisfy. He lacks confidence in his abilities. He has a sense of duty, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. Well, if you dream of bringing lasting peace, the more valuable the anvil, the happier the dwarves get while using it. And if it's steel or adamantine, they get big happy, like, thoughts for using it. What about you? Crafting a masterwork someday. Masterwork someday. Great work of art. Great work of art. Sees competition as wasteful and silly. Dreams of mastering a skill. Be brave. She's grateful when others help her out. Everything in its proper place. She's a noticeable lack of perseverance. Grateful. Put off by trade and commerce and doesn't feel strongly about the law. You do fine in the military. About to get hit by an ad, so dodge. My name is Pa. I'd literally do it so that it's faster to sort through, okay? That's literally why I do it the way I do it, is because it's faster to sort through. Also, let's just go up here and go whoomp. Just gonna keep 250 of each of these. That'll sort out our food problems for a little bit. It's a happy accident when a dwarf gets mugged, yes. This is, in fact, the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress. Van Ori, thanks for the 5-pack, dude. Cheers, mate. Appreciate you. Keeping this weird channel funded. One sub at a time. How do I keep the walls from constantly clogging? Clogging? Wait, wells from constantly clogging? What do you mean, clogging? Wells don't clog. Very perplexed by this question. Ah, that's why those aren't getting put away. Bucket is always full. That's fine. They just use full buckets. Like legit, that's not a problem. Dwarves can't seem to get water. Did you set it as a water source? Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know what weird magic you're doing, but I've never encountered this issue. Sounds mysterious to me. I don't know. But I don't know. I literally have like minimal problems. But then again, I'm also that weirdo who insists that, or tries to exclaim to people that Dwarf Fortress hasn't had a problem with frame rate death in like almost a decade, which I genuinely believe is true. And some people get really mad when I say that, and they're like, I had frame rate death in my last fort. And I'm like, well, I don't fucking know what you're doing, but apparently it still happens. It's just not to me. Maybe all your dwarves turned into creatures that don't eat or drink? Well, they shouldn't be drinking water to begin with. Like, if you're making your dwarves drink water, you are a horrible person. It's like making a human drink vinegar. PC build, out of date and old for most of it, but not low end. I get weirdly annoyed when people are like, share PC build. It's not a great PC. Like, it would have been almost high end 6 years ago? Most people in chat probably have nicer PCs than me. Not quite a potato. It's more like a rutabaga. The wine has turned. Drinks it anyway. Don't drink it anyway. It's not worth it. Body will not be happy. Well, as long as you're not wine and you've turned, then we're good, tickers. But congrats on a successful return. Hope it was a good lunch. Lunch, dinner, food stuff at time of day. It's dinner time somewhere. It all works. Before the recent update and 3025 after, it seems like a great update for your laptop. Great. That's fantastic. Are you running the multi-threading or are you just running with the default updates? Because there's been a lot of like under the hood performance stuff in the last update. Your dwarves will drink from wells even if there's booze to be had. There isn't enough booze to be had if they're drinking from wells. Or the booze is too far away for them to reach it reasonably. You need to distribute that booze better. Just like we need to distribute the wealth better. But yeah, you do need to turn it on. Otherwise, the multi-threading does nothing. Because it's turned off by default. Although my favorite like bug that's been mentioned by Putnam and recently was the one that was happening with the first Linux build that she compiled, where all of the music just played at the same time and restarted every single time a frame ticked forward, which is incredible. So every single time a frame moved forward, there was the entire game just like restarted the entire soundtrack. On a Heatstone final getting 25. I can't remember what the frame rate was like on Heatstone. I remember it getting kind of framey, but could not tell you what the frame rate was on that fort. I'd have to go look at the VODs. What, the fact that I'm wearing really big headphones? Netcore? I mean, I've had these headphones since 2011. Yes, Florida Man. Well, thanks for being around to get gifted a sub by Van Ori. Really? Alright, well that's some more bedrooms. I really need to actually just make this tavern nicer. But we need to make all of the armor and stuff first. Let's see what else. Do we have any other dwarves that would work in the military? You dream of mastering a skill? Personally, deeply respects skill at arms. Welcome to the military. Welcome to the military. You are officially recruited. Go do military things now, peasant. How about you? You're a fisher dwarf? Dream of raising a family. Personally sees competition as wasteful and silly. And you look like a Jawa. Those dwarves with like the glowy yellow eyes just scream, "You teeny!" in my brain every time I see them. There's a mastering skill. Personally, disgusted by tranquility and would have the world constantly churn with noise and activity, and respects perseverance. Yeah, I like this dwarf. Constantly churn with noise and activity. Wife is Bembul. You're a legendary mechanic. Let's get you in there. How about your wife? Would your wife make a good military dwarf? Wants to craft a masterwork someday. Is drinking right now. Checks out. Van Ori, what kind of dwarf would you like? I know that you have a spear dwarf in Machine Waters, but what kind of dwarf would you like in this fort? Dog is having a bark attack outside. Very loudly barking. There we go. Some more things are now available. Would like to be an unhappy dwarf. Well, all of the unhappy dwarves in my fort are ladies, ironically. Would you like Toulon, the sword dwarf? Yeah. What are the goals of this fort? Exclamation point goal! We're building a surface tavern that's gonna be public and open. And we're also in range of 3 necromancy towers. So I'm sure it'll be fine. We're gonna have to build a cleaning setup in there, but why do you have to be such a sexist, Florida man, if you're saying what I think you're saying? All the fluid have changed your magma. I would say quit without saving tickers and try reclaiming it again. Hulon? Okay. Van Ori is utterly humorless and doesn't generally think before acting. She is very comfortable around others that are different from herself. She has a strong sense of duty and she often feels discouraged. She prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible. And she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She is brave in the face of imminent danger and currently more fearless, and she is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and she does not often experience strong cravings or urges. She likes to brawl, and she likes a little excitement now and again. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, is currently more shameless, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Yeah, we're working on flooding hell. Dreams of mastering a skill, personally values peace over war, and respects power and values cunning. Likes shale pig iron and red glossier and gorilla tooth and giant armadillo shell. Hemp fabric and picks and crutches and giant lizards for their beauty and the sound of the poetry of adoration, and when possible prefers to consume spelt beer and bumblebee honey, and hates lizards, by the way. Van Ori also has hair that's clean shaven. I hope someone remembers that. I never remember what I said 5 minutes ago, let alone my last words. Her nose is slightly hooked, and her ears are somewhat tall. Her hair is gray with some chestnut, and her dark brown skin is slightly wrinkled. Her eyes are amethyst. Welcome to the fortress, Van Ori. We're going to build a barracks for my military. And I think it's going to go right here. We talked about lead kitchenware earlier, and you thought that you had mentioned that lead kitchenware used to be the norm for the British Army. So people have dug up some bones from the Navy battles against the English, and these bones were thinly sliced and scanned using X-ray imaging techniques, XRF, and it showed that when a new bone is repaired, lead from kitchenware is disposed directly in the bone mineral, especially from the interference between the old and new bone. That is terrifying. Yeah, truly quite terrifying, actually. I would actually describe that as borderline horrific, actually. But, you know, it really, like, shows kind of how far we've come, I guess. We've gotten a little bit smarter about how the body works and what, you know, we should and shouldn't do. Cheers, Chris. Gonna have a little space for our military as well. Raven guts. That's pleasant thought. This is one of my favorite pieces of feedback from the tutorial that I released this morning. This is from KitFox's community manager, and she says that she's going to send it to all of her KitFoxes helping at the Gamescom booth because Dwarf Fortress is going to be at Gamescom. So Dwarf Fortress is going to be at Gamescom, and you're going to be able to play Dwarf Fortress. So they're going to be, like, showing Dwarf Fortress at Gamescom, which is kind of amazing to think about because, like, I do not envy anybody who is, you know, having to show Dwarf Fortress on a convention floor. I do not envy that. If you just did play now, but alas. I mean, like, if you just do play now, well, yeah, I guess there's no way to, like, randomly assign the skills. I was gonna say, like, you could just do play now and then just start off with 7 peasants, but, like, then you're technically losing the skills, so you don't already start off with trained dwarves. So if you want trained dwarves, yeah, you're kind of SOL there. Personally, I don't care about having trained dwarves, so. Let's get all these placed again. These windows. But for me personally, it's not something that bothers me because I don't particularly care about 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's children playing right outside of my door right now. And I can't complain because it is summer and their playground is currently, like, underneath a heap of construction materials. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But I'm not gonna lie, they're really annoying. I just read, goes nice with morphine, and that's the first thing I see when I look back over at chat. Also, very horrifying, like Casualty just said. Is it possible to save embark skills? You can do default embarks. So you can make, what's it called? Like embark profiles and then just use those profiles. I've got several saved. I'm pretty sure they save the skills. I know they save the items that you've assigned. They don't save the name, though. Oh, brilliant. The Rogers-Shaw merger finally happened, so my internet service is changing. Awesome. I get to go look into what's changing about my internet soon. cool. I'm sure that's fine. They save skills and items, but if you don't have the same resource type, you will it will tell you at the beginning of planning. Okay, that's good. Because like I know that some factions don't have access to certain types of resources and whatnot, or certain factions can lack access to certain types of resources. Like it's real fun when you end up with like a dwarven faction. It's like we have no iron. It's like how are you a dwarf? Who gave you your license to dwarf? Because I'm here to remove it. You like to bring a guitar and maybe a gong or two? What, like a few of the procedurally generated instruments? You know, that's actually one thing I don't like about this version of the game is the procedurally generated instruments, because the sprite variety is not good, like at all. And the issue is people just call them guitars, which really or like a piano or a gong. But in reality, it's like, oh, that's not that. If you actually look at the description, it's actually like 47 tubes of glass that are struck like a bell with a hammer and not a gong. But because the sprite looks like a gong, people just call it a gong. And that kind of makes me sad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3 different gongs, I'm assuming. And I can now get rid of this, because they will now be training down here. I can probably go down here to equip and go equip metal armor. There we go. Some of them go get more spears and things. The squad increases in size. We've got a mysterious construction one of my milkers is working on. They are using a bunch of coal once again, and cave spider silk cloth, and horseful bone. You know, it's funny. I'm listening to these kids playing outside of my building and thinking to myself, my neighbor is probably being woken up by them and pissed because he sleeps until like 2 p.m. Yeah, but I feel like it doesn't always actually update the equipment. I don't trust that button. I've clicked that button many times and it's done nothing. So I just reassigned the uniform. In your current fort, you're laying shale floor, but it seems to have 2 different textures. Do I know why? You're clearly not just laying shale. If you mouse over it, it'll say what it is. The milker has created a bituminous coal amulet and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Ibil Partner Pick. Peter Partner picked a peck of pickled and it's called Essis Harbed. I don't think blocks and raw have different textures, though. This is a bituminous coal amulet. All Craftsdorf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned bituminous cabochons and decorated with horsebone and encircled with bands of cave spider silk. Are you using any aesthetic mods? Quattrolol? Because I think there's a mod that gives different textures for block floor and boulders. No mods? Screenshot it and post it. Yeah, I'm perplexed. I don't think it would be engravings, because then it would be an engraved block floor. On the item is an image of Scarwinds, the Umbral Bastion, a granite mozeb. somebody's artifact instrument. And Scarwinds the Umbral Bastion is withering away. The artwork relates to the disappearance of Scarwinds the Umbral Bastion in the field of tiredness in 310. That's a quest you could go on in adventure mode. Could go try and find that thing. So now in here we have this green glass amulet. Right here. And also we have a coal amulet. Something Santa would give to naughty children. Content after putting on a superior item, that's good. And I need to make Adil the mayor happy. My question is, where do I put Adil the mayor? I kind of want to put Adil, like, up above the river. Chat, where do you guys think I should put the mayor's office?
Give the gift of a one-of-a-kind amulet. Show that special dwarf how much they warm your heart. Say it with bituminous coal.
That's yes. Jewelry ads for dwarven artifacts. I'm here for it. Cavern Layer 3 Mayor's Office? That seems a bit... I don't know. Somewhere near Hub of Activity. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, like one layer up. I think you guys are confusing mayor with, what's the word I'm looking for here? Royalty? What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to make this go up one. We're going to build the mayor's office right here. This is going to be the mayor's office and the mayor's bedroom. We're gonna go grab... Ooh. I really like the color of maple. Let's go for maple. This is gonna be a pretty fancy office as well, I think. Am I saying that the mayor will sleep with the fishies? Well, I mean, the dwarves are sleeping closer to the fishies than the mayor. The mayor will sleep above the fishies? Where are the siege? The siege left. Sieges will leave after a bit of time if you just ignore them. So I simply ignored it and it left. Okay, so I think I'm going to do... I could do ramps up. I don't know. Depends on how fancy I want this to look. Yeah, we'll do ramps up. And we'll also go up on this side up here. Glass window towards the water. Can absolutely do that. For right now, just trying to get this roof up. Because we could get sieged again at any point, right? So let's get roofs up first, and then we can worry about glass, because I can always deconstruct walls. I think what's much more likely to happen, not the mayor sleeping with the fishies, because I need to build because the tavern on the surface is going to be a large source of fun for this fortress. I'm going to need some method of cleaning it, because I expect to have to. But we should probably just get this mayor's office done and then get that set up, because that's going to be the next thing that needs doing. Why are you sleeping up here? That's not convenient. It's not at all what I need you to do right now. Grr. Let's just build stairs down here so I don't accidentally build over it. But yeah, in regards to the separate textures for floors, did that get screenshotted and posted anywhere? Because I'm really curious to see it. I want to see exactly what these different textures are, because I'm really curious. Also, speaking of being really curious, I got a comment this morning from somebody asking, what do I do when I've built a fortress where every single time a new child is born, the dwarves kill it? And, like, how do you build a fort that's that mad? Like, I can't say that I've ever managed that, even on versions of the game that were a lot harder to manage. Like, stress used to be a lot harder to manage, and, like, tantrum spirals used to be a lot more prevalent. But in this version of the game, how do you actually do that? You employ a gelder? My statement was just like, set up the justice system. And I don't think they got back to me, but it's like, set up the justice system and employ all the expel all the problem dwarves was my suggestion. But one section had a workshop on it. Oh, okay, giving it a weird tile-like texture. There you go. Okay, well, I'm glad that was sorted. All right, let's do that. This is going to be mayor's office. Migrants have arrived. Speaking of migrants, I wish those would slow down. Got too many of those right now. And also, how many windows do I have right now? 14. Okay, so I can absolutely just do windows along here. Conglomerate isn't the prettiest material, but it's what we're using, so. My question is, where do I put the door? Let's put the door on this side, but not exactly there. Or door can be right there. So this is going to be mayor's dining room and bedroom, and this is going to be mayor's office. Speaking of, I need to edit and upload the finalists for the competition the mayor's office design competition. I'm looking forward to doing the judging on. I'm gonna see if I can get some renders of the winners too. Okay, let's do that. And oh, I need tables. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're going to say, do I want to just do furniture out of glass? I want to do furniture out of glass. Let's do green, glass, table. Green, glass, throne. Green, glass, cabinet. Green, glass, box, which are chests. Let's do 40 of each. There we go. We can get that done. I can get a door placed in right there. Put a bed up here. So we can go bedroom. I can go paint. Get set this space up here as the mayor's bedroom, although apparently the mayor already has quarters. So where is Adil's quarters? I could scroll through a different menu and find it that way, but this will probably be quicker. There you are. And dining hall can go in right here. That can go to the mayor. And then office I can just set to multi. And that can go to the mayor. So needs weapon racks, needs chests, needs cabinet. No weapon racks or cabinets currently. Let's do green, glass, weapon rack, green, glass, armor stand. And the mayor has already made themselves at home by leaving their pants on the floor. That's exactly how I make myself at home, too. You know, I walk into my new living quarters, throw the old clothes on the floor, good to go. Do some maps not have wind? I have had maps that do not have wind, yes. They're not that common, but you also can't build above or around windmills with walls, so keep that in mind as well. You wear clothes? Generally? I mean, I know that might be a weird thing to say to me right now as I'm currently fully clothed. I've got shorts on and this metal shirt on. So I am currently fully clothed, so based on your own observations, I'm sure that you can confirm that I am in fact currently wearing clothing. This may come as a surprise to some, but should probably make a post over on the Discord. I am wearing shorts, though. I am wearing a waist-down clothing garment. Only reason you do is so that your ass doesn't get stuck to the chair. No, the material that my chair is made out of will not cause my ass to get stuck to it. I can confirm that. The one thing about swamps that sucks is how deep the aquifer goes. I mean, yeah, any very liquids-heavy areas are going to go super deep like that. Like, anything close to an ocean is going to be a pain as well. Okay, so we have a child in here. It's Bastet's kid. This is kind of interesting, actually. I'm just noticing this. We actually have a full, like, family tree in this fort. Pretty much. I mean, like, there's a marital grandmother, an older half-brother, Toulon, the minor, and who's the dad, and then Bastet, who's the mom. And Dastot, the husband over here. Who also who has a kid. Like, they both have separate kids. So I guess he has 2 kids apparently, but one of them isn't here. Huge family tree. Former master as well. Also has 3 apprentices. No, my chair is made out of like a pretty breathable mesh, so having sat in this chair naked on many an occasion, I can confirm that my butt doesn't get stuck to it. All right, well, let's do some... Do I want to do farming down here? It's probably not a bad idea. Or do I want to just come down here occasionally and harvest all the wild stuff? I think I might just do that. Come down here occasionally and harvest everything that's wild. Should also start mining out this upper area just for more stone. It's going to be my main quarry, I think, hollowing out the caverns. Flying Forgotten Beasts may be a problem, but... Morning, Creed. How you doing? Yeah, anything with moss can be, is considered grass. So cave moss is considered grass, so if you have cave moss growing, you can pasture animals there. You can also farm on it. Down to 200? Hell yeah! Plucking away. You'll love to see it. I would say another thing about swamps that sucks is Shrek tells you to leave. Got cave swallows everywhere? Is there a cat, like, killing the cave swallows? I'm just trying to figure out why there's dead cave swallows everywhere here. This fort is, like, full of vermin. Like, it's kind of insane, actually. It's like cave swallows, there was, like, that one moment where just, like, a billion rats appeared. It's kind of whack, actually. Right, so now that I've done all of that, we've got all the boots available. I'm going to jump over to equipment, and I'm going to add a uniform. I'm just going to say armor, headwear, legwear, handwear, footwear, shields, and spears. Partial matches is fine. Uniform replaces clothing. We're just going to call this metal, 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 and any material. And we're just going to call this metal spears. And confirm and save uniform. So we're going to assign new uniform, metal spears. I smell your pajamas. Thank you very much for the Prime for 6 months. Welcome back. Cheers, man. Now they're all gonna strip naked and go get their new armor. Although I need to make them iron pants. So I don't actually have pants. Iron leggings. Iron greaves. You ended up being a spear anyway. I like spears. And often primarily end up using spears. This dwarf may need to be removed from the military, though. Silver hammers are better than all other options. Depends on what you're fighting. Are maces worthwhile? No, hammers are just better. They look cool, though. There we go. 2 of them now have pants. Best weapon is your head. Dwarves are renowned for their thick skulls. Especially baby dwarves. You throw them. They're a great projectile weapon. They slam into the enemy and they go bonk. Hey, Corey, what up, dude? Also, if you missed the stream from yesterday, chat, part 1 is up on YouTube, but it's up on the VODs channel. So if you're not subscribed to that channel yet, just type in !VODS, V-O-D-S, and there you can go and subscribe to a new YouTube channel, which I'm trying to get 1,000 subs on so that I can apply for partner. I can make some money off of that YouTube channel, which oddly enough, I'm like a quarter of the way there already for the hours that I need, and I'm past halfway there for the subscribers that I need. So if you want to help me out, just go subscribe to that channel. I'd appreciate it. Because, like, you know, the main YouTube channel has, what, 40-something thousand subscribers, but the second YouTube channel is a little bit newer. For some reason you weren't following, but you have 82,000 channel points? Huh. Was this one of those instances where you accidentally unfollowed kind of deal? See if the update uniform works. Hey, it does! Maybe they fixed it. Anyway, all of these dwarves get pants now. They're partying again? The hell? One of the most party mania fort I've done in a while. I gotta say, the frame rate on this fort is also kind of crazy good. Something that's also like kind of worth mentioning, Corey, is I was wondering where you've been. I was like, I feel like you used to be here every day, and then suddenly I just didn't see you for like months. I always like assume that if people don't tune in for a really long time, I said something to piss them off and then they unfollowed. That's always my assumption. So gonna go read some. Hit a frustrating roadblock in your current fort. Begin so you lead the string up. That you're sure that you're dying for a singular. I'm sure that you're dying for the singular view that you provide. You'd be surprised. They add up. They really do. Even if it's 0.5% of the current viewership, they do add up. All right, let's oh shit. It's gonna check on artifacts again. Because I saw a thing that looked like a strange mood job that I closed. Okay, it was over already. Okay, so let's see if I can get some more of these placed. I actually don't know if there's any more discs being worked on. Looks like they are, so we will keep making these. I could just... Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Stocks... weapons is what I need. I will come back in here in a moment and unforbid all these, but for right now, they're all going to be forbidden. So that I can go into here and go traps. So there's only one here for me to click. Glass discs are very effective. They're about the equivalent of iron, but they're free. The problem is they're glass, so the traps have a tendency to fly to pieces. Apparently I have a steel warhammer for some reason. Not sure where that came from. Only after being away from family. We'll get you guys training again proper. Minimum number of dwarves to follow a new order. 10, yep. The barricade needs, equip always. Yeah. And there's this area is just like full of stuff now. They all have pants on? Assuming they do. Yep, they all have boots, pants, gauntlets, helms, breastplates. Should be fine. I heard of spliced. I feel like I have, but I also am equally likely to have not. I'm looking at this, and it's a Metroidvania. I don't generally play Metroidvanias. But no, I haven't heard of it. Why do you ask? I forgot to hit the button. Sly Blue Cat, what kind of dwarf would you like? See it and thought of me? Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I don't generally play Metroidvanias because I find games that are heavy on backtracking to be not fun. Like it's not something that I particularly enjoy. Which is funny because then every now and again I'll play a game that just has a lot of backtracking in it. Any funny/happy lady dwarves? We actually have some happy dwarves in the fort. I can take a look right after I'm done setting up these constructions for bedrooms, because I need bedrooms. Let's see. I've got a weaver who's quite happy, who's listening to poetry. Currently listening to The Yearling and the Secret is an example of the boyish habit. The work has no particular subject, and the writing is artfully flashes through seemingly disjointed topics. Overall, the poetry's great. So she's listening to some great poetry right now. We got a farmer. Animal caretaker. Weaver sounds good. She wants to spend time with family. She's lonely. She does have a kid in the fort, Abil. She feels pleasure remembering a fine table and was delighted after watching a performance. I might make this dwarf into like a tavern keeper or something. She can be very happy and optimistic and forms only fleeting rare emotional bonds with others. She is brave in the face of imminent danger, and she has little interest in joking around. Well, she's not funny. She can handle stress, and she often feels lustful. Would be good in the military, probably. Doesn't focus on material goods, and she is often nervous. She tends to consider what others think of her, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill. Yeah, she would be in the military. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally sees the introspection as important and values artwork and respects power. Like stoneware, nickel, and indigo tourmaline, giant brown recluse spider silk, and gems and spears, and breastplates and chains, and giant parakeets for their ability to speak. Can you actually talk to a parakeet? I really hope that one day, if that feature doesn't exist, they allow us to teach like a parrot how to speak. I'm just saying. Like, that is kind of awesome. What's the average lifespan of a dwarf? Dwarves can die of old age on the 1st of spring from the age of 160 to 170. Or is it 150 to 160 to 179 years? So I guess the oldest a dwarf can be is 180. Constantly riffs the king. Just constantly like offends everybody that walks by. Anyway, I do actually have to name this dwarf. So, Sly Blue Cat. She likes stoneware, nickel, tourmaline, all that. Okay. Lastly, she is corpulent. She has a broad, recessed chin. Her hair is curly, and her medium-length hair is tied in a ponytail. Her somewhat narrow, protruding jade eyes have thin irises, and her head is extremely narrow. Her nose is slightly hooked, and her eyebrows are somewhat high, and her hair is white, and her skin is copper. How old is her kid? Well, let's start off with her. She's 156. Her kid's 30, and he's praying to the god of death and suicide. Typical mid-30s dwarf angst. And has a spouse who is Besmer, the peasant. I'm thinking, what's Bessemer up to? Crafting, values hard work and dreams of crafting a masterwork. Barely looks on others with lust. I'm sure your wife is happy. Really likes watching performances. What did they do to make you feel attacked? Also, Mayor probably needs other things in his office. No, didn't actually make those yet. They've got a lot of things to make, so kind of makes sense. I feel like these would be the crappy bedrooms because you'd be right next to the tavern. Why does the Pepper of Helms have a green background? Because that's the one that's currently selected? Huh. I never noticed that. All right. the more you realize. Depends on how much you like the tavern, I suppose. I guess maybe that explains why Safe Keeps is such an upset dwarf. Okay, so all of my military dwarves are just, like, pissed. Maybe it's new. That is possible. I think my military needs a fountain. Wooden pipe. Wooden cork. And how do I want to do this? By that I mean, how do I want to power this? Could dig well, an anti-anger fountain. Actually. Also, anti-anger fountain is like my least favorite ant. She was like kind of a big meanie. I mean, I could actually... Maybe I use a water generator. I don't generally use water generators, but maybe I use a water generator. That or I could just redirect some water off the map. Could also do that. What do you guys think, chat? Perpetual motion machine, or do I just redirect some water off the map for power? Because I could do either, really. Both are perfectly viable options. Well, I mean, we could just do show of hands. If you think I should make a perpetual motion generator, press 1. If you think I should redirect the river and build power that way, press 2. I can do either. Like, it doesn't really affect me much. Seeing a lot more... Yeah, I'm seeing more redirect the water, so we'll redirect. let's make... floodgate. I need 2 of them. Oh, it's an aquifer anyway. It's filling up with water. Well, that's convenient. Never mind, don't actually need floodgates because it's gonna just do its thing. Also, Sly Blue Cat is apparently making an artifact and has claimed a clother's shop. No hit kill. Thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you, mate. Let's jump down here. Smooth this wall. I mean, you are a weaver. Just place a few bridges over here. Because we're going to need those. Gonna go grab some gear assemblies. Now we're gonna go down here and we're gonna smooth this. Going to real quick jump up here and we're going to make a garbage dump zone. And go down into here and we're gonna set all of this stuff to be thrown out so that they put it in that garbage dump zone right there. A pretty thick little aquifer. And here cometh the water. Dwarves better get out. Oh no, you dropped the bag. Is somebody gonna get it? Nope. Nope, that bag is just done. I may actually have to cave in something to stop this from flowing, but I'm not actually sure if zombies are gonna walk through that or not. They might. Hopefully they don't, but you never know. I mean, weirder things have happened. Let's see if these spin. And if they do, you know what? That'll be fine. It'll be fun. They'll get caught in the bag. Totally. All right, let's connect these two. Wink. Sweet, so that's what, 400 power? So if I go up here, and we go screw pump. Screw pump. Screw pump. Oopsies. And lastly, screw pump. So I need to connect to those. I can go here and we can connect a few more of these. Like changing up the color every other thing or so. Seems to be working just fine, though, which is what we like to see. Got all these cables connected. I love the way the water wheels look in Dwarf Fort. They look fantastic. It's one of my favorite additions to this version. So they'll dig this way, and then we'll build a little walk there. A little walkway right there, and it should be all fine. How go New Fort? New Fort go pretty good. How goes Pax Mac? Been chilling. I'm building some power right now so I can hopefully make my military a little less pouty. Because currently they're kind of pouty. Not super thrilled about this. We're going to go up here, and we are going to make floors. And also walls. This is going... We're kind of ruining the mayor's view, aren't we? Just realized, I'm like, man, I'm being kind of mean to my poor mayor. Poor bastard was just, you know, looking forward to having, like, a really nicely set up zone, and then I come here like a bulldozer and just ruin his window. Maybe he loves rotating pipes, possibly. And it is certainly a plausible thing. That construction got suspended somehow. We should unsuspend that. So I'm curious, actually, chat. How many of you, if any, I mean, maybe none of you, have any of you picked up Dwarf Fortress for the first time on this sale? Because I have noticed that the concurrent player count has gone up. It's like the difference between like 900 to 1,000 players per day and 1,000 to 1,500 players per day. Like, it's still going down pretty low at night, but like peak hours seem to have risen a bit. And I don't think that's just because of the long weekend. So I'm curious if like how many people are playing now because the game was on sale versus how many people have come back because the frame rate's good now. You picked it up 3 days before the sale started? Okay, so yeah, you were part of the recent influx then. You gifted someone a copy of Dwarf Fort? Well, definitely you are helping with that player count rise. That's good to know. It's interesting. I mean, like I'm like constantly staring at Dwarf Fortress analytics and trying to figure out, like, you know, when people are buying this game, I guess. Because it's also like a when do I put out new tutorials kind of thing. I came back because the frame rate is good now, but I'm still playing ASCII mode, and you actually had a real TPS death fort. You mean FPS death fort? Because toilet paper death fort sounds horrible, but, like, you know, I'm sure it's plausible. But what did you do to kill the frame rate? Because, like I was saying on here earlier, like, I haven't had a fort have true FPS death in a very, very, very long time. Okay, then what's a TPS death fort? Because the Toilet Paper Society of Death is probably pretty terrifying. Let's ramp up here. We'll just floor this off. Like on this version or ever? Saber? TPS is total player screw up? What did you do? If I can ask. Also throw these over. Can I not get over there? I guess not right now. You're that guy who spends an uncomfortable amount of money, an amount of money you're uncomfortable discussing on RAM and CPU. That's fair, I suppose. So, what exactly is TPS death then? Because this is the first time I've ever heard it referenced. So I'm very curious as to what that means. Getting close to done here, and I just need to put some water into it. Most of these dwarves are quite happy. It's mostly just the captains that are upset. Yeah, I would also suggest that as well. It's like, unless you're strictly playing like not like low cost to entry indie games with not a huge amount of assets going along, yeah, you kind of just have to spend an uncomfortable amount of money. That is true. To the point where like we're kind of conditioned into thinking that that's a normal amount of money. $10,000 PC only plays old school RuneScape? Yes. You're being attacked by 10 agitated mountain gnomes? Sounds terrifying. I hope you survive. There we go. It's a little muddy, but it'll do. Only getting 20 FPS, Sag, using less than 50% of CPU and memory. I'm getting 20 FPS. Did the frame rate go down when this patch came out? Because Putnam was talking about there being a fix for that. So much gnome guts everywhere. Gnomes are wonderful. I kind of love them. Bracelets is what my mayor wants. Cloth, we're doing pretty well on cloth from the looks of things. We're in 30 rope reed. Do cloth trousers, cloth dress, cloth sock, cloth glove, well, mitten, and cloth shirts. Let's do 100 of each. Get through those pretty quick. Give everybody some new clothes. But they'll appreciate it. There's a dwarf tanchming. Sly Blue Cat Stark Raving Mad. I am so fucking sorry. Well, damn. I thought that you'd begun a mysterious construction. I moused over that and swear that I saw that, but I guess I didn't. Welp. apologies. I always feel bad when I name a dwarf and then immediately forget an artifact and then, like, lose them to an artifact failure, because it's just like, man, I could have, like, just not done that, but then here we are, I did that. Shit. Such is the way in dwarf forts sometimes. No wool for Masterful Sock? I mean, we had plenty of cloth. You probably needed bones. Which is usually what I lose dwarves to, is when they need bones. Needs to be more than 2 bedrooms. I need this wall built. All right, so there we go. We got a few more bedrooms now. This is just kind of becoming my housing district, isn't it? This area down here needs a drawbridge in front of it. That, or I need to just start building. I think I'm just going to drop these down, mine through this, dig this out. What, you get new dwarves and then forget that they exist and then immediately kill them frequently? Yeah, I still don't feel great about it. But what can you do? What's done is done. Make another green glass bridge. Yep, that's been a thing since version 5. At least it's been an issue since version 5. At least they're all remembering being near a waterfall, even though they're not actively near said waterfall. No, this is a different world. So I'm still keeping Heatstone and Machine Waters running. I'm just simply juggling them. So I'll probably actually, maybe in an hour or so, swap over to some Heatstone. Or not Heatstone, Machine Waters. Because Machine Waters is still going, it's just become a bit too Mega Project-y, which means that progress on building it is about as slow as my ability to make serious decisions. So we've decided that, or I've made the executive decision to run 2 forts now, because I'm no longer uploading VODs to the main channel. I used to do this in the past a lot, where I would run multiple worlds at the same time and just swap between forts, but depending on what I felt like playing that day, or sometimes I'd play both in one day. And I think that's what I'm gonna do now, because like it keeps me more interested in what I'm doing and what I'm building, and also gives you guys more variety to look at. No. And I don't need to worry so much about confusing people with VODs, because the VOD channel is now separate. So this is going to be the Tavern for Guests. And it's going to be open to anybody. This is hopefully going to be this fortress's source of fun. Do need some windows, though. Because humans like windows. We're hoping to get some human guests. Really need to trade for some meat and fish. Or start fishing. Did I make 100 bracelets? That's fine. All right, so now we're going to go around the edges here, and we're going to fill these in. Fill them, fill that in, that in. I'm sure those will all just end up being materials that are usable. But I think it's time that we open up this tavern. What do you think, chat? I think we need to employ some humans in this tavern. Or goblins, or like the people who will be hired as performers are going to be people that petition to be guests in this fortress. So if you ask to be a guest in this fortress, you may be put to work in the tavern. It's kind of my thoughts. Also, I was going to make this into a patio, and then I didn't. Fix that. All right, well, the first floor of the Red Road Inn, because that is the name of this road that runs through this fortress, is now open for business. All visitors welcome. The Golden Road, the Red Road. Does that work? Red Inn Road, okay. That's not what I want. What could I call this? I guess I could just call it the Red Inn. The Red Bin. The Red Inn. Grand opening ceremony, damn right. And we're just installing the last table. Working on the balcony still, but, you know, progress. Thinking it's going to be a 3-floor construction. With a balcony, of course. And the 3rd floor is going to have some housing on it. You mean of the Red Road? The Inn of the Red Road. I don't know if I can do an of the. I can't do an of the. It would have to just be like the something Red Road, basically. I need more breweries. I need more stills. You prefer the yellow brick road? Yeah, that's understandable. Well, looks like we've already got some people socializing. Yep, we've got Human Spearman, Ficod the Hammer Dwarf. Rear compound goes before the, so it would be thing, the thing of thing. So if I use rear compound, it would go at the beginning of the name. Yeah, I don't think they're open. And always one person types it in and then everybody else just starts typing it in. So as things go. Also, hey, Jerry Gord. Hope you're doing well. Ah. Caravan to trade with the dwarves has arrived. Now, something else I need to do is I need to set up my lever room. Sell all the clothing. That's falling apart anyway. Chuck a couple gems in there. Should be fine. Let's also sell these arrows. Investing tickets yields more profit. Investing tickets yields more profit than investing them. Ingesting tickets. So what you're saying is if you just don't do anything with your tickets, it'll get more. I mean, it's more guaranteed profit. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes, says the liaison to our mayor. It's a pleasure to meet you. Let's discuss your situation. What requests do you have of our merchants? Iron and steel bars, please. They want goblets and blocks next year. I need to sneeze. I survived. I have a dwarf that went missing. All you found was a skeleton in a tree. Ah, you do need to put him in a coffin or he will become a ghost eventually. Or she. But you may want to chop down the tree. Thank you, Paxmac. And I'm expecting this tavern to have much fun. In fact, if it doesn't have much fun, I will be quite disappointed. He's still missing, though? Then you haven't found him. So if you go to the, what's the word? Stock screen. You go to body parts or corpses. Look at the name of the corpse. See if you can find the name of that dwarf, because it's only found when another dwarf sees the skeleton. They have to see the skeleton for them to find it. But if the skeleton, because the skeleton will also say what it is. So if you hover over the skeleton, if it doesn't say that dwarf's name, then it's not that dwarf. So you can memorialize him with a slab. You make a slab, which is a piece of stone, and then the slab and once you've constructed the slab, once it's been engraved with the name of that dwarf, then you can do that. I do have a tutorial on how to do that. It's called Preventing Ghosts, I think. One of the earlier ones I made. Bambool has claimed a clothes shop. Let's not fuck this one up. What do you need? Bones. Okay. Figured. It's always bones. 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 We're going to slaughter that piggy.
Bones.
Bones. It's always bones, gold bludgeon. No matter what. Bones, bones, bones. It's always bones. How's things, Bones? I mean, gold bludgeon. Calling Dr. Bones. You know, actually, I'm going to deconstruct this. I don't like the way I've done this. Oh, no, it's all good, dude. It's summertime. But I mean, I've talked about this a couple times over the past week. We're kind of in the dead season, which basically means, like, if you're a streamer with an older audience, basically, like, above the age of 25, average, when that happens, and I very much am, when you have that, when summer rolls around, everybody vanishes for a little bit. And it's because everybody goes on vacation, everybody goes outside, people, like, have families and lives, and, you know, it makes sense.
Bones, 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 bones.
There's always bones. Thanks for the bones, Fight Attack. Appreciate you, mate. How dare I imply you go outside? I'm not implying, I'm presuming. Just maybe worse. I haven't seen the great outdoors in 17 years. So I'm thinking I go to traps and we make some cage traps right here. Just on either side of the door. You know, like, nothing suspect, right? And I'm gonna make a iron statue. And I'm just gonna make one, actually. And this iron statue is going to be an existing image. And it's going to be the Bloody Hardiness, which is the... Ooh. I actually really like the symbol of our civ. The symbol of our civilization is a red-winged blackbird. I'm also going to make one of that. So 2 iron statues. One of the Bloody Hardiness. Actually, let's do 10 of the Bloody Hardiness. Existing image. Bloody Hardiness. And then 1 of the image of our civ. And it's pretty cool. How do I prevent my legs from going to sleep? I don't sit stationary in one position all day. Unlike all the ones that aren't here. I mean, I went outside yesterday. As proven by my, well, actually, I don't have proof on this. As proven by my post on Blue Sky, where I very clearly harvested kale, raspberries, and potatoes yesterday. I mean, game, why are you telling me this? There's nothing I can do for that dwarf. You've been in a heat advisory? Yeah, but my plants need to be watered. I mean, it's supposed to hit 33 Celsius today. So like, what, mid-90s? For all of you Americans. Freedom Unit enjoyers. Also, nice username, Hanky Panky. That's a quality username. Oh, geez, some fancy pants. Bambul, the Weaver, has created Odin Idrath, an alpaca wool trousers, and offers it to the Inn of Winter. Fancy pants. These are some fancy pants. They are alpaca wool trousers. All craftsmanship is very of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of sheep's wool and alpaca wool and square-cut onyx opals and will make you sweat profusely, as well as shirt cabochons. It is made from alpaca wool cloth, very warm and itchy, and the thread is midnight blue with dimple dye. On the item is an image of 2 pear-cut gems in alpaca wool. On the item is an image of a desert tortoise man in pig bone. On the item is an image of Bastet the dwarf in rock crystal. Bastet is laughing. The artwork relates to the fey mood of Bastet, Canyon Keys and Rosepass in the early winter of 502. On the item is an image of a briolette cut gems in rose leather. On the item is an image of a tapered baguette cut gem in kakapo leather. And Lightning Roger, what kind of derf would you like? I need my trader to get over here. The youngest baby. Okay. Well, that makes that easy. It was literally just born. I'm just gonna buy the meat. Can't even I'm not even gonna buy their steel bars. I was telling them to import them because like normally that's not like a super expensive way of getting stuff, but these are actually kind of expensive. All right, so youngest baby, literally born just now. Kivish, baby, says ba. Actually, never mind. Biker Jag just had a baby who says Daga. Okay, there we go. Definitely is going to be a dagger user. Lightning. Roger. She says Daga. She does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs, and she doesn't generally think before acting because she's a baby. She is stubborn because she's a baby, and she is often nervous because she's a baby. She has a tendency to go it alone because she's a baby, and without considering the advice of others because she doesn't understand them because she's a baby. And she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living because she's a baby. And she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, but not very coherently because she's a baby. And she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects because she's a baby. And she doesn't have an active imagination because she's a baby. She's stupid and brave in the face of imminent danger because she's a baby, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself because they don't look like mom, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others because she's a baby, needs alcohol to get through the working day because she's a baby, obviously. Dreams of creating a great work of art, like doodles and stuff, and personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, like she doesn't like it when mommy doesn't let her have her toy, and she does not really value skills related to fighting because she's a baby. She likes hornblende, especially toys made out of that, electrum and white chalcedony, green glass and shields and backpacks and large gems and coins, and reindeer for their large herds, and giant foxes because of what they say and for their cunning, and the sound of the Carillion adoration, and when possible prefers to consume glass eye and fonio beer and buckwheat seeds, and absolutely hates mussels because she's a baby. And her heliotrope eyes are wide set. She has a high voice and a prominent chin. Her straight hair is it is in double braids, and her eyebrows are short, and her hair is a crew, and her skin is dark tan. Sly Blue Cat was found dehydrated, and I feel terrible. But at least gets a coffin. What? You want me to put that up as a highlight or something on YouTube? I mean, we don't really need to do that. Set this as a separate barracks, I think. I don't really want them training in the bedrooms. Want them training over here so that they get sprayed with water constantly. It'd be funny. Maybe, I suppose. Dwarf is pretty dejected, really wants to pray. I think I'm going to remove Analysis Lover as the commander from this and put somebody else in charge. Because Analysis Lover refuses to be happy and just wants to go pray, so maybe it do be smart for us to just, you know, let that dwarf have some other career in their life. you go. Zasset, you can be in charge. You're not stressed. Which does mean Analysis Lover is going to run away and gonna go do other things with their life. Because they are not good in the military. This fort is cool so far. It is pretty cool. You clipped it because you thought it was funny too with what you like. I mean, it might go up as a short. There isn't enough there, I think, for a video. At least I don't think. Although there probably isn't going to be a different video on YouTube tomorrow because I wasn't expecting the tutorial to go up today. I was expecting it to go up tomorrow. But then they were like, yeah, we can upload it today. It's like, okay. Congrats on the tutorial gig. I mean, for whatever it's worth, you guys probably pay me better to stream, but I kind of lowballed myself. But yeah, it's an alright gig. It's beer money. Basically, the actual irony is it's like the videos are going to end up paying me about as well as the short tutorials did initially. Instead of like what they've been doing recently where like I make a tutorial and it makes me $3, which is a bit discouraging. I'm not going to lie. Like a bit discouraging. Because it's like, yeah, I spent 4 hours on this and I make $3. Cool. If it helps, you found me because of the tutorial his wife and you downloaded them and watched them on the plane last Christmas. That's an interesting way to do it. Flying to go visit family or something? Feel anything after watching a performance? So Ishtan wants to stay here for the purpose of entertaining visitors. Whom are you? This person. This is a dwarven bard who came from the Imperial Coal. What do you think, chat? Do we accept this dwarven bard to be a member of the glorious Rosepass? What do you think, chat? I'd say thumbs up or thumbs down, but maybe one or two. One being thumbs up and two being thumbs down. Or just yes or no. Van Ori, thanks for gifting a sub to Casual T. What are his skills? Her skills? She knows plenty of poems. She's a great musician. Do it? Okay. We approve this request. I'm assuming they're going to go back up to the upper tavern. I can now reside in Rosepass. That was very satisfying. And up a D she go. She's gone steal the show now? Well, I mean, she's just socializing right now. Look at us. We're already sponsoring the arts. Rosepass, such a charitable fortress. Now sing for your food. There you go. And your booze. Got a human Naceman. This lady's husband has or spouse, like, or this lady's wife has a funny name. Pug Fight Vised. That is a very funny name. I don't know why, but it's just a funny name to me. I think I'm going to put some guest housing down beneath here. It's going to be very unpleasant living quarters, but, you know, they're not permanent resident. Clench. That makes it worse. Like, that is maybe one of... What's your name? Clench? I know it's Clench, not Clench, but, like... that is awful. So this is going to be a dormitory for all the visitors. Sounded like something, what, Pug? I mean, does J.K. Rowling come up with anything that's positive? I can't remember what type of wood that was, so I'm waiting for them to come back and check. Dobar, what story are you telling? In the midwinter of 500, the dwarf Adil became the militia commander of the Inn of Winter, before we had to reclaim this fortress. Okay, so this is birchen floors. Floors assigned around here. On the edge of things. I might just have enough birch to do this without having to chop down any more. Just, you know, wooden floors, dirt walls. Lovely, lovely space for visitors. I'm so used to birch in Minecraft being light. I mean, birch is not that light, but there's a lot of things in Minecraft that, as somebody who knows way too much about, like, wood and types of wood, it bothers me because of how inaccurate it is. Like, that's not that color. What are you even on about, game? This is going to be a dormitory. However, this dormitory is going to be connected to the Red Inn. Which means they can hang out down in the dorm if they want. Do I have trapdoors? No, I don't. Who are you? We've got a human poet. Where are you from? The Union of Assaulting! I'm sure they're friendly. Of the Maroon Council and the Hopeful Cult. Yeah, the good cult. You know, the good kind of cult. The Forest Conservation Group of the Union of Assaulting? The God, the Union of Assaulting sounds badass. Either badass or just like a bunch of really bad people. Our bard here is telling a story about how in the summer of 331, the dwarf Moses rim covers became the holy sword of the denomination of roasting. They just sit like instead of having sermons, they just roast each other. Like they're just they just talk about how like they're like, so that sounds made up. Most lore, human lore, like the Bible included, is made up. It got picked up and used as a sword. Probably. They also only, yeah, they exclusively eat roasts. Why do we have to cue somebody that I used to know? I've encountered that song a number of times recently, actually. Somebody that I used to know. So, now remember, this is a fort that gets attacked by zombies on a pretty frequent basis, and I'm intentionally building an outside above ground tavern. So, I am tempting fate here, to put it simply. I'm expecting bad things to happen, and I don't expect it to, be a lovely tavern for very long. If this tavern isn't entirely smeared with blood in, like, the next few days, I'm going to be very disappointed. Or within the next few streams, I guess I should say. I'm going to be quite disappointed. You love the map gen? Yeah, the map gen is one of my favorite things about Zorbus. Zorbus's maps are fantastic. The one thing I don't like about Zorbus is Zorbus was kind of like Dwarf Fortress for a while, where it was like in perpetual development for free for donations. And then when the developer started selling it on Steam, he took down and removed the free version, which I'm not cool with, purely because there's a lot of archived old versions of that game that are no longer available now, which I don't agree with. Like, yeah, stop updating it, sure, and only update the paid version, that's fine. But I really don't like it when a game is once free and then moved to not being free. But I think it's fair now, but it's just kind of awkward when he initially did it. Holy fireflies! I don't think I've ever seen fireflies in this version. Huh. Chad, have you guys seen fireflies? Because that's my first time seeing fireflies in this version. They are huge. Yeah, just now? Well, there you go. You've seen giant fireflies? I'm sure those look very different. They're cute. Yeah, no, they do look nice. Oh. There you go. You want one? I mean, my mom always wants me to try and go see fireflies whenever I travel somewhere in the world that sometimes has fireflies. She's always like, go try and see fireflies! And I've never seen fireflies in real life, so... I guess I could say that I don't want one, but I also would say that I just haven't tried hard enough to actually find one. Any goal? Well, if you want to find out the goal, exclamation point goal. But yes, we do in fact have a goal. And I'm constructing it right now. Maybe I'm shrug about them because you live in an area that had them as a kid. Yeah, I guess so. My mom is like infatuated with fireflies, and I'm like, meh, about them, kinda. But then again, my mom also is just like obsessed with insects in general, so it's probably got something to do with that, if I were to guess. You've seen one, you've seen them all. What, bugs or fireflies? Now I think I've got that, what was it, Owl City song stuck in my head. Yep. Great. There go the leaves. Fortunately, nobody mistakes leaves falling off of trees for like it raining blood anymore in Dwarf. It used to be kind of a common problem for new players. They'd be like, why is it raining blood? And I'm like, is it fall? They'd be like, yeah, it's probably just the trees. They do that. Not rain blood, but they shed their leaves and it looks like blood. Bit of childhood magic. I think that's why my mom's infatuated with fireflies. There's a bit of that childlike wonder, you know? I'll have you know I am not currently playing fucking Slayer, so we are okay. Speaking of fucking Slayer, I have a friend who's a really big Slayer fan, and him and me are going to go to a festival in like a little over a month that is headlined by two bands, very, very heavy metal bands, Weezer and Third Eye Blind. And we have decided that we are going to track down our most offensive metal shirts and wear those to that festival. So I'm gonna wear my Saints of Death shirt that says "Live, Love, Laugh, Drink, Toke, Fuck" on the back, and he's gonna wear his "Fuck You, Fucking Slayer" shirt. So that'll be fun. I mean, you're studying to be some kind of ecologist, but you have terrible phobia of bugs and crustaceans. Wait, really? You're scared of crustaceans? What's wrong with crustaceans? Crab never did nothing wrong. Third Eye Blind. I'm being a jokester, my guy. Which is why we're gonna wear the most offensive shirts we can find, because we're going to a normie festival. I'll have you know I know exactly what I'm saying. Also, Third Eye Blind is fantastic. Love that band. Their self-titled album is one of my favorite albums of all time. Just kind of flat. You haven't heard Weezer in a minute? That's because their new stuff sucks. But Looking forward to Third Eye Blind. Very much so. Should probably get rid of these bodies. Can probably end up getting some kind of mostly office thing. My experience with like insect phobias is exposure helps a lot. I used to be like deathly terrified of wasps because I stepped on multiple wasps' nests at different points in my life. So I was like horrified about wasps whenever I was near wasps. Now I leave honey out for them to try and attract them because I garden and I want to have wasps around because they eat slugs and caterpillars and other problem things that eat my plants faster than I can kill them. So I want wasps around, and like when I go to the garden, there's just wasps just everywhere. Just like everywhere. And like if I see mud wasps, which are one of my favorite types of wasps, I will literally like pour water on the ground on the dirt so that there's mud and they can grab mud and fly away because they make their houses out of mud, and they look huge and are terrifying, but they don't generally bite. I mean, I don't actually think they can sting. They might be able to sting, but they don't bite, but they usually just bite. And they're huge. They're like that big, and I'm just like, oh, wasp, here, have a little water. Yeah, no, that makes sense, Santa. I'm sure it's something that like you'll slowly like be able to accustom yourself to, especially if it's something you're going to school for. I have a question. Why in the world are you going to school for something that you're like phobic of? Like, that seems kind of counterproductive. You saved a slug? Nah, I squished those. Slugs died. Non-major nerds, hello. Good to see you. Unless they're banana slugs, but banana slugs don't come down that far. By the way, easy banana slug. You want to see some big-ass slugs? Here, let me show you some big-ass slugs. I need, like, a human hand for scale. Here's a picture of somebody holding a Canadian banana slug. Of course, it's an image from Reddit. Look at the size of this fucker. Big-ass slugs. Yeah, no, we have huge slugs. I've seen one of these things just, like, gnawing on a carrot. Yeah, we have I've seen them, like, that long before. Like, they are massive. Oh, fuckers. Here's another shot of a banana slug. Like, they are kind of massive. And they look kind of funny, too. They're big and yellow, usually. Yep. I see them when I go hiking. And we have call-outs for them. It's like, slug! Step over it! Because you do not want to step on one of those while you're hiking, because one, you'll probably fall on your face. And two, they will screw up your boot for the rest of the day. You don't suggest putting them on screen. I like they're invasive here, so we don't generally see them. But I love African giant snails. It's like slipping on a banana. Literally, yes. I don't know if I'd call them monsters though, because they're not like unfriendly. They're just large. So some people get kind of alarmed by how big they are. But really they're just slugs. But they're so goddamn dumb. My favorite spider that I saw, I admittedly saw when I was really, 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 really stoned, and then removed it from my apartment the next day. But I have a fruit fly trap in my kitchen. It's just a little piece of plastic about this big with little holes in the top, and I fill it up with apple cider vinegar, and they just like fly in there and die. But there was a spider, a little wolf spider, sitting right next to it with its hands up, just like, bet! And then every time one would land, they would go, boing! And just eat it. And I literally sat there and watched this spider eat bugs for a solid 10 minutes. And then I went to bed. It was still there in the morning. I was like, okay, bud, you've paid your rent, but get out. Yeah, I know what you mean, devilish. There's an all-you-can-eat spider buffet, frankly. So I need to upgrade this from this guild hall to a grand guild hall. So I need to get the value of it up to 10,000. Put some green glass tables in here. Let's put a statue in here. Actually, which one? Let's put 2 statues of dwarves up here by the front door to this tavern. Put the red-winged blackbird next to the statue of dwarves. Put some of these in here. Engrave some more of these floors. So what that do? Playing a tabletop RPG as a giant bug person and you had to go down a big list of bug ideas so people could veto them for phobias. You landed being a violin beetle. I had to remove a longhorn. I talked about this earlier, but I had to remove a longhorn beetle from my sink this morning. I think it probably came in with my veggies last night that I brought in from my garden when I washed them, because it was just like stuck in the drain and it was upside down and its feet were in the air and it was wiggling and I was like, okay, bud, here, have a spoon. Gave it a spoon, let it out. I mean, longhorn beetles aren't exactly the brightest, but they are kind of adorable, and I got no problems with me and longhorn beetles. We got no beef. We get along just fine. But like, I also just straight up don't close my doors most of the time, so it's not too strange that there's like random bugs in my apartment and stuff. There's no human waste facilities? There's a very specific reason there's no human waste facilities. Do you want to know why there's no human waste facilities? And Tarn has talked about this on a couple of occasions. It's because if there's a liquid in the game, or a solid, the first thing the player base does is weaponize it. And you know, Dwarf Fortress is a very deep simulation, and it's also an art piece. And it's widely recognized and referred to as an art piece, considering it's in the MoMA. And Zach and Tarn have said on multiple occasions that they think it would be very strange if a piece of art that is in the MoMA could have feces thrown at somebody. That might not be a great look for the MoMA. So that's their reasoning for this game not having human excrement. Or dwarven, for that matter. However, after much convincing and discussion and conversation back and forth on this serious topic, they have stated that they're more in favor of adding manure, so like cow poop and livestock poop, for the purpose of, field, fertilizing, and also animal urine for the purpose of making leather in a more realistic fashion. So maybe we can make a poop catapult someday. It'd be quite avant-garde. Yeah? Be a bit shitty, I think, but... Drown the enemies in the manure pit. Exactly. No, I mean, like, the first thing that the Dwarf Fortress player base does whenever a new liquid is added is we weaponize it. So, you know. They have bugged your toilet? Oh no, animal. That's horrible. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. If like poop was a collectible liquid, we'd weaponize it. Also, this is just a personal opinion, but I've played colony sims like Dwarf Fortress that have poop facilities. It's always the worst part of the game is having to manage pipes and shit for that stuff, and I just kind of happy Dwarf Fortress doesn't have it. That might be a controversial opinion, I don't know. The germs and oxygen not included? Yeah. I'm pretty open about not enjoying that game, so. The plumber community will remember this. They'll be unemployed, actually. If Dwarf Fortress's world was real life, they'd be unemployed because well, I mean, they're actually. I guess we do have pumps and pipe sections for the pumps, but. Like when I was in voice chat with some buddies and one goes, "Oh good, you can have a piss pit." And I was like, "Tell me this is standard procedure. I wanted this to be temporary." And her laughter answered your question. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty okay with Dwarf Fortress not having pee and poo currently. Looks pretty solid. Also, Songs of Six looks interesting. If you want to play Songs of Six, play the demo, because the demo is the full game. It's just a year behind in the build, so it's like less functional, but it's still the full game. All right, who the hell's my broker and why do you suck? Safe Keeps is my broker. Or actually, no, not broker. Bookkeeper is Safe Keeps. Well, could you, like, go recalculate the value of this room, please? Yeah, and it'll be published by Playway SA and probably abuse its development team. And then steal their code and fire everybody and, you know, not pay the people who came up with it initially. And then release it with a different studio that's willing to get paid less. I'm curious about Norland, but the thing that kind of bothers me about Norland is I have a lot of friends who are overwhelmingly negative about Norland. I think that game is really neat and does some really neat things, but I think that there's a lot of words and terms that game uses that if it didn't, I think it would have a lot wider of an appeal. And I wish that the slavery stuff in that game was a bit more optional. Pretty much, except I usually remove all other tasks from my bookkeeper. So, meditate on chaos. It's normal Twitter user. Pray to Ked. These god names. I mean, I might actually just replace the bookkeeper with somebody else. I got Burr the clerk. Let's give Burr a shot. Well, okay, so there is some implied rape in that game, and it doesn't hold back on the terminology. So, like, as an example, right? The Sims is a really cartoony, silly game that gets really dark if they use real words, but because they veil some things with their own terms, it just becomes hysterical. But instead of being like hysterical or amusing, it just gets weirdly dark in places, which is pushing some people away from that game because it doesn't pull its punches, which some people will heavily respect and enjoy the game more for, and some people will just refuse to play it. And so far from the streamers that I've seen who've played that game, it's the latter, which then makes me less likely to play it if none of my friends do, because, you know, then they're going to be talking negatively about it, and then their audiences aren't going to tune in, and then that's bad for everybody. So, I don't know. Especially when we're talking about like games that include things like prostitution and sex slaves, which that game does. Things get a little strange pretty quickly. That is a massive turnoff for certain portions of the gaming player base. Which, like, frankly doesn't bother me because it's a video game and it's a historical video game and history is fucking brutal. Doesn't bother me. But, like, I already know a bunch of people are just like, yeah, I'm just not going to play that. Even though it would normally be a game that they're super into just because of its choice of words. I mean, like, the mission that you do in the demo literally, like, has implied non-consensual sex in it. So, like, it's... I don't know. Like, I think that game looks really cool, and I'm really curious about it. But I think that the cutesy art style that it has, combined with the kind of brutal content in that game, lead to some really weird dissonance that I think is going to turn a lot of people off. And it doesn't handle it in, let's just say, in as classy or tasteful a manner as something like Crusader Kings. Where Crusader Kings, the way it's worded, and because it's all abstracted in menus, it comes off just kind of being like reading a weird history book, right? Or like Dwarf Fortress existing as a... has some really fucked up things in it, but like... You know, you'll read through legends and you'll, like, the one story that I always reference of, like, the necromancer queen lady who married, like, a dozen husbands a year and then murdered them and raised them as zombies. Like, that's hysterical because you're just reading it in text. You're not actually watching, like, two little characters, like, one grab one and throw them over and stuff like that. It's like, eh. The brush titan, Imwar Mwavwe, has come. An enormous feathered earthworm. It has a knobby shell and an austere look about it. Its cinnamon feathers are fluffed out. Beware its deadly spit. A devilish potato. What kind of dwarf would you like? A brush titan. Yeah. It's a hairbrush. Like Larry the Cucumber once. I'm talking about a game called Norland. It has a demo available. It's kind of like RimWorld Crusader Kings colony builder thingy. Yep. Which I played the demo for, and there's a video on the YouTube channel. Like, it's a cool little game. Like, mechanically, it's a neat little game. We'll just say you're in the game. Hanky panky. But like also you could very much replay that game and miss all of that if you're not reading like their the action descriptions and stuff like that. You could very easily just like miss all of that because like it's not exactly like thrown in your face. It's there. It's just not thrown in your face. Woodcutter if one free. Okay. I've got Carpenter and a Woodcutter. Risen and Metop. Which would you prefer? You're playing a lot of Foundation. I need to go back to Foundation. Every time I've played Foundation, it's barely felt like a game. So, but it's been a while. I mean, when did I last play Foundation? July 2020. So yeah, it's been a couple of years. I'm sure that game's developed quite a bit since then. You'd like Risen? Okay. She very rarely develops negative feelings towards things and feels strong need to pay back any favor done for her. She would never pass up a chance for a good fistfight, though she is disturbed by this since she values quiet, or at least in the abstract. And she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she likes to take it easy, and she can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and occasionally overindulges. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and she is a hardened individual. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals and thinks that the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy and dreams of crafting a masterwork. She likes rose gold and crystola, the color midnight blue, short swords and rings, and geese for their formation flying, and anacondas for their great size, and the sound of the mirthful silks and the sight of the taciturn skirt, and when possible prefers to consume hammerhead shark and quinoa beer and tomato seeds, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. What about the rest of tomato? Yeah, I'm holding off on going medieval. It needs to do something a little bit more unique before I try it. Hey, Cooler, what up? She has a narrow chin and her nose is quite long. Her hair is wavy, and her very long hair is arranged in double braids. Her somewhat narrow ears are free-lobed, and her eyebrows are quite long. Her head is somewhat broad, and her hair is white with flecks of gray. And her skin is peach, and her eyes are aquamarine, and her eyes have slightly large irises. Welcome to the fort. You're married to Thab, who's a fisher dwarf. Your youngest daughter's in the military. You have an aunt. And Celistaris is your other aunt. Bomrek and Melbil are your uncles. And Zassit's her cousin. He probably wants to go bowling. Bowling for goblin heads. All right, speaking of bowling for goblin heads, or dwarf heads in this instance, we're not going to lock the dwarves inside because that's no fun. But let's take a peek at this creature. We're gonna send the military up here. Tavern's kind of empty. Maybe they saw this thing coming. It's going to be delicious, I think. I'm actually going to set up a gather zone up here. Also, an ad's about to hit. I think I'll just let the ad play and then we'll do the fight. Kremlin for mayor, yeah. So we'll let the ad play out and then we'll do the fight. This thing does look pretty cool, just creature-wise. I wonder, while the ad's running, oh. Killed a blue jay woman? It killed a plump helmet, man! You monster. Bird rocks the teal. 34 other kills. 144 notable kills. Lots of humans. Oh shit, it killed Meng Paddlepillar the Dwarven Vampire. What a creature. Many goblins, of course, the Plump Helmet Man. The Blue Jay Woman. Are we in danger? I don't know, are you? Probably not. I mean, it's just an earthworm. Does have a knobby shell. Its feathers are fluffy, and it shoots deadly spit. But I doubt it. We'll tell the soldiers to kill it momentarily. What direction is it heading? Okay, I will tell the soldiers to kill it. Whoop. They're in combat. Zasset, the militia commander, is heavily bleeding. I'm actually just going to station them right here. Zasset attacked the Titan, but he jumps away, strikes the Titan in the body with his copper shield, bruising the fat. The militia commander then stabs the brush Titan in the shell with his spear, tearing it. The Titan bites the commander in the head, bruising the muscle through the force, and twists the upper spine into an smashes the neck, and the upper spine is smashed into the body in an unrecognizable mass. And he misses, somehow trying to hit him again, and then says, "How fleeting life is." Yeah, huh? How about you? Locum's also injured. The rest of the... Oh, wow, that was quick. The rest of the dwarves get into the fight, and the creature is now dead. I think we're going to need to set up a hospital pretty quick. But let's have a peek at this. Zasset scratches the Titan in the body. Okay. Where was the Titan? It's supposed to be here, is it not? Let's see, Van Ori stabs the Brush Titan in the shell with her iron spear, tearing it. Missed. And then Van Ori scratches the Bush Titan in the body, tearing the skin, and then stabs the Brush Titan in the body with her iron spear, tearing the heart. Oh, there you go. You're right. See, it bit the commander in the left cheek. Aw! So it breathed the glob of the Brush Titan's extract onto the lower body of the militia captain. So Zasset got globbed. Someone did lose a tooth. That is Zasset's upper tooth. Probably because he got bit in the cheek. Commander... Oh, also, after getting globbed... Okay, so the militia commander's spine and neck has been smashed into his back in an unrecognizable mass. But after that had happened, bit the Brush Titan in the shell, denting it. And then a Spear Dwarf kicks the Titan in the body, bruising the muscle. A Spear Dwarf scratches the Brush Titan in the body, tearing the skin. The Sword Dwarf then stabs the Brush Titan in the body with her iron spear, tearing the muscle and tearing the guts. Spear Dwarf misses the Brush Titan, and the militia commander bites the Brush Titan in the shell, tearing it. And then the Sword Dwarf scratches the Titan in the body, and then the Spear Dwarf, UGDPY, punches the Brush Titan in the body with his left hand, bruising the muscle and bruising the brain. So did UGDPY really just punch it to death? Yep. Falcon punched it to death. And Zasset, the captain of the guard, has passed away. And we do have Locum here, who is married to Libash, who is bleeding and seriously injured. Probably not going to make it if I were to bet. But we should probably build a hospital and try and save this dwarf. question is, where do I put hospital? Maybe put hospital, like... over here somewhere, potentially? Like right in front of the barracks? If he's winded, he's already dead? That's not true. Oh, never mind. They both died. So yeah, rest in peace. Locum and Zasset. I'm wondering, are we butchering the creature? Because its body disappeared. Just wondering where they're putting it. Oh, never mind. It's still there. Okay, so it's not mangled. Also, I think Cooler wants me to do this. For those of you who are unaware, if you would like to support this channel directly and not give Twitch money, we have a merch store. Most of this art is done by Cooler, except for this mug, which was done by my friend Fog. We have a variety of mugs, dwarfy-themed mugs, including a Vile Force of mug, and the Last Mug Supper. You know, for all of you who like lore, including human lore, this is a human lore parody in Dwarf Fortress theme. And we also have merch for our current mega project fort, Machine Water Swim Club, which includes a drowning Urist. It's a very good, very, very good mug. I mean, and we also have, you can elect a goblin for mayor. We have a very classic shirt from the themes of my fort, of my channel, and we have a Gremlin Master T-shirt, a great T-shirt for anybody who knows a DM in their life. We have, you know, just a fortress on a T-shirt. You want a fortress on a T-shirt? We got that. Just simply click on that link in chat, and check out my merch. We have stickers too. All right, it ships pretty quick. Or just collect them all. Now, some people are really doing that. You've never seen them butcher a forgotten beast? Well, this is a Titan, not a forgotten beast. But yes, they will in fact butcher forgotten beasts. See? They're doing it right now. They just need it to be in closest proximity before it rots. And as long as it's made out of a butcherable material, right now we have 95 meat in the fort. I wonder how much we'll have right when this is butchered. Let's see. Boom. All right. Let's see. We have 95 meat. What's it going to go up to? 372. See? We also got its skin, as well as 13 units of heart, 26 units of brain, 158 meat. Yeah, I know we're running a bit low on the drinks. We're doing okay, though. Did it ever really leave the menu, though? That's the question. Oh, man. I need a new commander for this squad. We'll just throw these two peasants in there. It'll be fine. Let them train. Still have so much to learn. Dwarf Fortress do be like that. Like, if you are playing Dwarf Fortress, and you're going, I have 100 hours, I can pretty safely say that you have probably learned the basics. Cheers, Ness. Happy to have helped. Hello, Casual Elephant. How's most of chat room's favorite elephant doing? I don't know, maybe there's other elephants out there. Maybe there's a hardcore elephant that some people prefer. Doing all right, good to hear, mate. Tooth spotlight? Pardon? What in the world does that mean? Just missed a Titan attack, which is not to be confused with Attack on Titan, okay? Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Where was my door? Oh, there it is. Attack by Titan. Attack of the Titan. A DF spin-off anime, now coming to a Netflix TV channel that you don't subscribe to anymore because their service is bad. I mean, what? I say that, though, as somebody who still definitely does pay for Netflix. I absolutely still pay for Netflix, and I still pay for Netflix because my parents use it. And when I suggested that I might cancel Netflix, my mom was like, well, I'm going to resubscribe to it anyway. And I'm like, well, then I guess I'll keep Netflix. You canceled yours recently. Good for you. Queh. Fragrance something or another's. Wishes to entertain visitors. Queh is a goblin bard. Has a spouse and 3 kiddos. Has an active master named Maffy. Not to be confused with Raffi. What do you think? Do we allow the frequently depressed given to rough and tumble brawling, even to the point of starting fights to no reason, disliking adoration, and the adoration of fighting is an art to be refined, and likes abstract discussions and would much rather dislikes abstract discussions and would rather focus on practical examples? Do we invite this Goblin of the Grand Confederation of Flax, a member of the Amber Councils, and of course a proud member of the Creed of Riddling, and a former member of the Quiet Raptor, and a member of the Adventurous Coalition? Should we allow this Goblin to be a member of the Fort? 1 if yes, 2 if no. That's why you had to make a new PayPal account, because your mom kept the resub to Netflix, and at the same time she didn't use it once in months. Yeah, that's fair. Ness, thanks for the Prime sub. Cheers, mate. Elect him mayor. If this goblin gets elected mayor, if she gets elected mayor, then somebody has to buy the Goblin for Mayor t-shirt. That's the law. Back to work. Don't work too hard, mate. So I think, chat, we'll do another 20, 30 minutes of this particular fort, and then we will swap over to Machine Waters for a little bit. What do you think, chat? Does that work? Does that work for you guys? Because Machine Waters is very much just, we build big structure in the ocean. We got willow logs around the edge with willow. Someone else is requesting something, I think. Is this a request to join, or... Speaking of... Thonod, the human dancer, is grouchy when caught in the rain. Well, definitely Dwarfy. 78 years old, has a wife. Member of the Union of Assaulting. Chat, do we allow this double religion enjoyer of this Searing Fellowship and the Faith of Oblivion, a member of the Union of Assaulting, do we allow them to join the fort? What do you think? Thomod Pattern Cluses. He's given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction and often easily moved to mercy. What do you think, chat? 1 if yes, 2 if no. He has poor social awareness and bad willpower. Hates power, has good analytical ability and a good spatial sense, and goes on flights of fancy. If not no, then who? Chat seems to be saying no on this one, so we will deny this guy. Sorry, guy. Gob, yes. Human, no. As a human, we know that humans aren't to be trusted, so I'd say it's a fair take to have. Humans are sus. I mean, I can't deny that. I'd have to make a I'd have to make a captain of the guard to do that. Because currently I don't have the justice system set up at all. You know, I'm just gonna leave holes in the roof because every roof needs some ventilation, right? As somebody who's currently sitting in an apartment with terrible ventilation that's really, really, really warm, yeah, we could use some better ventilation. That's just good plan. I mean, totally. It's definitely not like, you know, planned ways for baddies to get in. Intruders, drive them away. Oh, wow. Necromancer intruders. They're former members of the Imperial Coal. They're former members of the Red Fur. And they are currently members of the Umber of Tiredness. And this particular necromancer was the former Sacred Talon. I was hoping for a second there that they would be married, but they are not. They're roughly the same age. Well, huge family. Has a bunch of long-term acquaintances. Interesting. It's long-term acquaintance with Bembul, the Mace Dwarf. What about you? Oh, there they go. Probably here to pick up bodies. And we got bits and pieces getting put away. Got a bunch of socks and trousers to toss. Eagle leather trousers. Imagine killing enough eagles to be able to make a pair of pants. That's disturbing. Like, just that concept is disturbing. On a no pause mode in DF? Dumb, and I have no interest. Also, it doesn't exist, to my knowledge, unless somebody's forcing it in with mods. Why is that? Because I like to enjoy playing the video games that I play. And this is a game that by default runs at 100 frames per second, which is my preferable frame rate to play it at. I ain't playing a game with no pause on 100 frames a second, thanks. I like to enjoy the games that I play. What are your thoughts on other terrible ideas that don't need to exist? Like, honestly, like, the beginning of the downfall for RimWorld, for my enjoyment of RimWorld, was when people started adding really ludicrously, stupidly pointless challenges like that. It was like, hey, let's just, like, ruin everybody's ability to have fun. And now you watch, like, these streamers who play RimWorld these days, and they're constantly, like, talking about these insane challenges that they do. And then in the same sentence and breath will also say, but, like, play the game however you want. You don't have to play the game the way I play it. I play it this way because it gets views, not because I enjoy it. And yet at the same time, it pressures and makes the entire community want to play it that way because that's the way the streamer plays it, because people want to play games the way the streamer plays it. So I'm not going to play a game in a way that I would find inherently unfun because it would inherently encourage other people to play it that way, especially if I disagree with it. Well, you asked me, right? So I don't care if it's your idea, really. You're the one who asked me. So you want to know my opinion? You have my opinion. I think stuff like that is dumb and awful and ruins games. Now, if you ask me about like Twitch integration, I'll have exactly the same opinion. Things that ruin games are bad. Net negative, generally. Adam versus Blind. Adam versus Everything is a lovely individual, but my god, his streams drive me nuts because of what he's constantly like talking about how you don't need to play games the way he does, then continues to play it that way, and his entire audience does the same fucking thing. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. My goal is to make games more enjoyable for the audience that I have, not less enjoyable. And I don't think torturing myself is a fun way of creating content. I sound incredibly butthurt. My butt feels fine. A little warm, but... Also, your username makes you look like you're projecting extraordinarily hard, my guy. Like, that is one of the most immature usernames I've seen in maybe a decade, so congrats, you take the cake. For context, you agree with me? All right, well, there you go. Then why'd you ask why, if you agree with me? I'm a large DF player. I'll have you know I'm pretty average in size, and I'm generally below weight, so calling me large is very offensive. And I also have a terrible sense of humor. The funny thing is, you like to do something would probably be considered a challenge run, but you like it because it makes everything much more consistent? Sure, but also, like, last I checked, you're not streaming your gameplay, right? So what you enjoy doesn't really matter because it's not affecting the wider player base, right? And because I'm, I guess, humble brag, one of the biggest creators for this game, If I start doing a thing a certain way, everybody's going to start doing it. And so I would rather push creativity and things that I think make the game more enjoyable instead of, oh no, I play a game that has no depth, so I need to make it harder. Which isn't the case. Because Dwarf Fortress doesn't get better when you make it harder. Dwarf Fortress gets better when the storytelling gets better. And the storytelling gets better as you make it better by learning how to manipulate the game in ways that you think are interesting. I wish everyone started to drawing to do like Krug Smash. There's a handful of people that have tried to do that. The problem is like the way Krug Smash sets up his content is it's very time consuming to make content like that, right? Like it's extremely time consuming. He puts a ton of hours in to the point where like in his one recent video, he hired a friend of the channel, Pi, to do all of the art for one of his episodes. That kind of content is extraordinarily time consuming. And realistically, I don't think there's much space in the market for more than one person. Not that important. Well, your opinion doesn't matter. There's not that much space in the market for that type of content. I think maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3 channels of that type could exist, realistically. And the market isn't going to support a lot of people making that type of content, and in order to make that type of content, you need a lot of time and you need capital, and I don't really think that many channels would survive trying to do that, so Krug Smash's style content is unsustainable for the vast majority of people who try it. I mean, honestly, if that kid's name was an SJW Slayer XX with an underscore in the middle, I would have just been like, yeah, that's fine, and just moved on, but like that person's username is one of the most hysterically sad things I've seen in a year. Checking in, loving the new fort, following on YouTube. Cheers, dude. Enjoy the YouTube archives. All right, so we've got an elven caravan. I really want to trade with them because I would like to get big animals. But no, Krug Smash is wonderful. Absolutely love his work. Yeah, that's who I mentioned, Pi. Pi's an interesting individual. Is a VTuber as a toucan. You know, if I was going to just like make up a random troll username off the top of my headstone, it would probably be something like SJW Slayer. Like, come on, mate. The fuck, dude. Who can't do this though. Let's be honest. Which is an alien, not a toucan. It's a toucan, okay? It's a goddamn toucan. I'm sticking to that. Where are these? Oh, because those are dresses. But it's okay, chat. I'm not that important, so don't worry about it. It's funny because, like, although here's the thing about what that person said, I don't disagree. Like, at all. I'm not actually important in the slightest. But what I am, is in the Twitch space around Dwarf Fortress, I do have a lot of influence of what other people do. And I can say this because if I start implementing a strategy, within a couple of weeks, I see everybody else doing it too. That's just something I've seen. Oh, nothing, really. Just some twerp with the username SJW Slayer. Which is hysterical. It's probably the guy from my YouTube channel that's been telling me to get a job for the last 3 days. and is insisting that I used to bully people in high school, which is funny because I never went to high school. Like, literally, I was homeschooled. So, like, how the hell would I have bullied people in high school? All right, so they brought a dingo, a wombat, and a weasel. Kind of don't want any of those. I mean, Deep, you, like, took one of my ideas and perfected it. Which was the, like, digging trenches and put water around. I mean, I got bullied fucking mercilessly. Like, I got harassed in high school by so many kids. And so did my little sister, to the point where I actually got into fights. Well, like, in high school age. Like, none of us went to high school because we were all homeschooled. But, like, I did actually have to get into fights to, like, defend my little sister from kids. Better get a car and a job? Well, I mean, it would be very redundant for me to get a car because, one, I can't, well, I mean, I could afford one. I could actually afford to buy a car. But the reason it would be really dumb for me to get a car is I can't drive. So, we still revel in death. What did I give you that came from a creature? Oh, shit, there's a kid in a leather dress in there. My bad. Sorry. Sorry. I don't think they'll trade with me now, though. Whoopsies. But I think they are, allied with us. What's funny is I didn't actually make that clothing. That was made by one of the peoples that came by. It's such a great luxury. I'll tell you this, throughout the pandemic, I was jealous as fuck of everybody who could drive, because the only thing I wanted to do for, like, that first whole year where lockdowns are pretty serious and everybody, like, kind of had to stay inside unless you were, like, permitted to because of your job or whatever. During that period, I envied people who could drive, because there's genuinely just shit that I can't do in my life because I can't drive. Like, there's so much stuff that I want to do, but, like, I literally can't. So on one hand, it's like, it's the easiest thing for me to soapbox on and, like, tell people to do better because, like, I can't. But I don't know. I really like the fact that my city is trying to become less car-centric, and that makes me hopeful. But we'll see. Dreams of raising a family. Nervous. How do you feel about military? I'll tell you this. The biggest issue I've had in my life with not being able to drive is the number of potential dates that I've lost out on because I can't pick somebody up is astronomical. Like, if I could drive, I wouldn't be single. That's the biggest issue. Or just, like, because a lot of dating is very, like, trivial, right? Or trite, I think is the word that I would use. There's a lot of people out there who just like, oh, you don't drive? That means you're broke. Which is like, well, no, I mean, I could afford a car. I could. There's just no reason to because it's redundant for me. So a lot of people just assume that, oh, you must be unemployed. And then combine that with also, I have a really weird job. Where often people who have this as a job are actually just broke and unemployed and are saying that they stream for a living because people ask what their job is. But the reality is, like, I'm very much employed and also not broke. But, you know, people miss that detail, I suppose. Abso-fucking-lutely not. No, I am like the most anti-self-driving car person in existence. I think that electric cars are bad. They're not a solution to the problems in the planet. They're simply moving the problem to somebody else and refactoring blame in a different direction. And I think self-driving cars are one of the dumbest fucking ideas that billionaires have come up with since Google Glass. Fuck them all. That's my take on self-driving cars. The only thing worse than a car with a human driving it is a car without a human driving it on the road. And what's going to happen when self-driving cars pop up on the road? They're just going to put them in autopilot when they're not in them. You like having a lot of cars on the road right now? Imagine what life will be like when none of them park. Fuck no. Hate that shit. Drones are loud enough. We don't need fucking flying cars. Christ almighty. No, I am very much against self-driving cars. You want to talk to me about self-driving buses? I'll listen. But I have no interest in self-driving cars. It's got a chief medical dwarf. Fab the Planter, you can be my chief medical dwarf. We have a few of those. Although we actually straight up have like a entire city plan from now until 2050, which is kind of crazy. Here in Surrey, BC, Canada, where they want to make the entire city less car-centric, which is like, good luck convincing the East Indian population that really, really likes to own like 7 pickup trucks in one driveway. And they all work in security and have work cars to ride a bike or do anything.
Self-driving buses sound like a dream at times when waiting for them.
I mean, our entire train system is already automated. They're all technically self-driving. But I don't know. Do I really have, like, nobody? Any skills in doctoring? Kind of seems like that's the case. That's good. It means it'll, like, get people to drive less. But Tentito nos, self-driving buses sound like a dream when at times when waiting for them. Yeah, I mean, you won't have to wait for the driver to get out to poop. Z Sanart, what kind of dwarf would you like? Can you have the doctor, the chief medical dwarf? Feb? One of the things that you miss about living in the Netherlands is the public transport. You know, it's funny. I every now and again, people ask me, they're like, would you move to another country? It's like probably the only country I would move to that isn't Canada would be the Netherlands. It's like the only place you can make me move to. I just realized my manager doesn't actually have a chair. Doesn't actually have an office right now. Why not just bike so hard? Damn right, little diabolic. All right, so you want the chief medical dwarf. So that's Feb. The question is, have you actually gone to any, like, city council meetings to, like, actually act out on that pilling? No. Well, then you haven't been. Orange pill. He'll be fine. I just haven't put a lot of the stuff in there yet. Also, we're out of drinks, which is the actual problem. Let's fix this drinks problem. So Zsan Art is incurious and never seeks out knowledge or information to satisfy himself, and he enjoys being in crowds and rarely is jealous and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation and doesn't handle stress well. He likes to take it easy and is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds the whole notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent and does not respect the law and views loyalty unfavorably, values a harmonious existence, and values honesty. He likes fine pewter, rock crystal, and giant swan leather, the color brass, and 8-sided prisms and maces and shields and amulets and chickens for their scratching and the words of the bewildering musics, and when possible prefers to consume yak cheese and soft wheat beer and quinoa flour and absolutely hates jumping spiders. His extremely long beard is neatly combed, looks like a doctor, and his short sideburns are neatly combed, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and his lips are very thick. He has a broad chin, and his head is very short. His cinnamon skin is slightly wrinkled. His nose bridge is somewhat concave, and his nose is slightly hooked. His free-lobed ears are somewhat tall, and his hair is gray with a touch of dark chestnut, and I have the hiccups for some reason. We have an artifact happening. A planter. Where are you going? Huh. You'd think it would be carpenter. Maybe leatherworks? As someone who was homeless for a little bit, that's horrific to me. A little diabolic. There you go. You're one of those rich wannabe... you're in one of those rich wannabe cities, and they're essentially an HOA, but a city, convincing these old rich farts that it is a challenge, but you will be more active about your local voting at least. Yeah, no, one of my biggest annoyances is those benches that have like multiple railings in them so you can't sleep on them. Oh, I was looking at chat. Did she grab the bush titan leather or brush titan leather? That's cool. Works furiously. Rock crystals and leather. Cool. Human Bard is performing to an empty crowd. Tough crowd tonight. There's not many people in here. Let's make iron goblets. You know, I actually had to explain to people what the deep blue lights are for. I was at a thing like last year, I guess, and they were asking, they're like, what's up with these like blue lights everywhere? And then someone was saying that it's like a manufacturing defect, like one of the other people at the thing. It's like, oh yeah, no, it's a manufacturing defect. It's like 1 in 40 light bulbs just goes blue. I'm like, okay, number one, that's completely false. Number two, it's literally to stop people from shooting up. With that same explanation, it's all bullshit. It's literally just so that you can't see your veins. And they put them in, like, under bridges and in secluded areas where people tend to shoot up or overdose. And it's to stop them from doing that. It's literally all it is. Welcome back, Tickers. And bathrooms. Yep. You know, it's funny. One of the good things that I did in the first McDonald's I worked at when I worked night shift was I convinced them to not put blue lights in the bathrooms and instead just put sharps containers in all of the bathrooms because the handicapped washroom had a sharps container. So the result was people would ask to get into the handicapped washroom to shoot up in there. So they put blue lights in there. And then the result was, instead of them shooting up cleanly and then leaving, they would go in there, shoot up, miss their vein 5 times, and get blood all over the walls. So I literally sat there and was just like, can we just get more sharps containers, please? Until one day where I got stabbed with a needle cleaning out a garbage bin. They finally just put sharps containers everywhere. Made me very happy. But back on the Dwarf Fortress topic, Kick Roast. The planter has created Negazomi Gagal, a Bush Titan leather shield, and offers it to the Tin of Winter. That is going into the artifact hold. This is a Brush Titan leather shield. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. This object menaces with spikes of rock crystal. On the item is an image of a Brush Titan in leather. Or a Brush Titan. On the item is an image in Brush Titan leather. The artwork relates to the destruction of dwarves for the beginning practitioner in Rosepass in midsummer of 502. That must have been in between the two forts. Because I never had books. So they must have destroyed books in between. Because I did find a bookshelf, which was this. I didn't make this. Interesting. But let's put that into here, into the artifact hold. So I think, chat, for this fort tomorrow, plan is continue to grow the underground housing and fortress, continue to grow the above fortress, and continue to grow the artifact hold and get everybody housed at some point. Maybe put some above ground housing in, continue to build up the outdoor tavern, and then build a second inn and tavern over on this side because we're going to be a nightlife complex. And I think for now, it's time for us to go play some Machine Waters. What do you think, chat? Well, no, it's just time to move to the other fort. But first, streamer has to go get lunch. So I'm going to ask you guys to say bye, YouTube. I'm going to put a marker in the chat, and then I'm going to go grab lunch. And in about 3 minutes, when I return, we will pick up the next fort. All right, chat. So, if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. And if you don't have sound commands, I don't know, be entertained by said sound commands. They're $7 a month on Patreon or $10 a month on Twitch with a tier 2 sub. And I don't know. I'll be
Over
marking them all.
here, he has a sword.
No, I don't. You do. I mean, Animal might. Mods do. I don't. Anyway, I will be back.
Is that interesting?